Well, I do have some topics. Well, I've got four. Stanley Cup, NBA Finals, offseason transactions, and NBA mock draft at the end. But before I get into those topics, most interesting photo this week was on Instagram. It was a photo of Joe Burrow playing chess at a local park. And I sent Jason the photo, and that led into an inception of chess games between Jason Bale and myself. So that is the most interesting photo I saw on the internet this week. Joe Burrow, he's playing chess in a park, like a local park. Where we're playing chess on the internet. Yeah. Because the chess was my favorite board game as a kid. Yeah. It is. I think we're on our fourth game now. Jason won the first two games. I won the third game. Because I ended up capturing one of his free pieces, and I got his rook, then his queen. So I won the third game. But yeah, right now he leads the fourth game. But again, it's one of those chess websites where it's 24 hours. You have 24 hours to make your move. And for anybody asking, are you going to live stream the chess game? I wasn't planning on doing that today. If somebody comes in our chat room and requests we live stream it, I might consider, but it would have to be during a topic where we don't need visuals. Like if it's a topic where I need visuals, I'm not going to do it. But if it's during a topic where we don't need visuals and you just want to see what's going on for a few seconds, that's fine. But and on other related news, Game 7 is happening on Monday. Edmonton, after trailing the series 3-0, they've come back. They've won 3 straight. They're going to be playing the Florida Panthers in Game 7 on Monday. Winner gets to hoist the Stanley Cup. We both had Florida in 6. Yeah, because that's how I felt after the Western Conference Finals. Because believe me, Dallas was up 2-1. We took a 2-0 lead on Edmonton in the first period, and they came back, tied the game, and then won 5-2. That's how I felt after Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals. Because let's face it, if Dallas scores in overtime when Connor McDavid's in the penalty box, we're up 3-0 heading into game 4 with a 2-0 lead in Edmonton. And if game 7 had gone to Dallas, I feel like Dallas could have won that series. That's how close the Stars were, but they didn't improve or regress compared to a year ago when they lost to Vegas in 6, and that's neither here nor there. I also think the ratings for this show would have been a little bit better because instead of Joey and I agreeing on the cup, you're looking at a scenario where we're debating on who gets the cup. So, but that's and the fact is, as much as I like Dallas, would they have won 3 straight against Florida down 3-0? I don't know if I can definitively say that. Edmonton did it. So actually, the 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs trailed 3-0 in the Stanley Cup and came back and won in 7. They're the only team with that distinction, though. Edmonton would be the first team since 1942 to trail 3-0 and come back and win a Stanley Cup if they win on Monday. And Edmonton's going to be the favorite to win the Stanley Cup next year. Florida loses a ton of players to free agency. Edmonton's going to have 8 forwards back, all 6 defensemen back, their goalie back. Their third line right winger and fourth line right winger are UFAs. They don't really have anybody to bring up to the roster, but their 2024th and 5th round picks are going to be ready to play on the 4th line in the NHL next season. So that's the thing with Edmonton. They're going to be just as deep as they are now next year. And that's the reason Vegas has them at plus 900 as the unanimous favorite to win next year's Stanley Cup. So we could see, if Edmonton pulls off a comeback, we could see a team like Edmonton. I won't say they're as good as the Lightning after they won their first cup or the Penguins in 2016, but they're in a similar position as far as having most of their core back to go on a run to repeat. But you could have said the same thing with Vegas, but Vegas lost their 2 third-line wingers, whereas they had all their centers back, they had all their defensemen back, and they lost to Dallas in the first round. But yeah. I felt like there'd be more urgency on Florida's end to end the series by now. I'm not surprised by the heart or fight or resiliency Edmonton's shown. I just felt like there would be more urgency on Florida's end to try to end the series. That's really my issue with the Panthers. Edmonton is 4 for 4 on their last 4 breakaways. You have to keep the Oilers from getting a breakaway in Game 7. You have to. You're not, because Edmonton's 4 for 4 on breakaways in their last 4 breakaway attempts. You can't allow Edmonton to get on a breakaway in Game 7. That's going to be the key, I think, for Monday. Yeah, Barkov, I mean, many people are going to argue the final score should have been 3-2 Edmonton instead of 3-1 Edmonton because Barkov scored a goal in the second period. That got called off after, because Edmonton challenged the goal and they won the challenge. Apparently, one of the Florida players was offsides before Barkov scored the goal, so the goal didn't count, and it came back last night in Game 6. And that just, we'll see what happens in Game 7 Monday, because Yep. I love that quote from the coach in Midway's Blitz the League. Immortality's waiting out there. Go out there. Immortality's on the line. Go out there and take it. Yeah, you need that type of fire Monday night in Florida. So, I mean, Florida, they do have the 5th best odds to win next year's Stanley Cup. Right now, the Oilers are plus 900. Dallas, Colorado, and Carolina are plus 950, and Florida's number 5 at plus 1,000. I mean, Florida still has Bobrovsky, Ekblad, and Barkov. They still have a lot of their top line guys, but their bottom six guys, some of their defensemen on their second and third lines are UFAs. So that is all going to have to be tweaked. The good news is the Panthers are going to have around 24 to 29 million in cap space to tweak that. Bad news is they do lose a bunch of players. And one of those players that they do lose is Sam Reinhart, who led the Panthers in points during the regular season. So and he wants just as much money as Barkov, and the Panthers have said, we'll pay you, but we're not paying you as much as Barkov. So I feel like he's going to leave regardless of what happens on Monday. But, Yep. I do believe one of the captains will end up with the Conn Smythe trophy. If Edmonton wins, it's going to be Connor McDavid. Connor McDavid, 42 points this postseason. Absolutely historic postseason by McDavid. The only two postseasons where a player had more points were the 87-88 Oilers with Wayne Gretzky, 47 points, and the 91-92 Penguins with Mario Lemieux getting 44 points in the postseason. So, yes, this is up there as one of the all-time historic postseasons for Edmonton. Yeah, Florida wins. I would think it'd be Barkov. I was thinking, just based on the first three games of the series, you could have made the case for Bobrovsky as the Conn Smythe. But based on the last three games, because Barkov didn't score in game 4 and 5. He scored in game 6. He scored a second time in game 6, but that first goal he scored in game 6 was called off. So, I that's why I say, regardless of who wins this series, I think one of the captains will end up with the Conn Smythe. If Bobrovsky didn't get pulled in game 4 and 5 of the Stanley Cup against Edmonton, I'd say he has a shot at winning the Conn Smythe, but I think it's going to be one of the captains that ends up getting the Conn Smythe trophy, regardless of who wins on Monday. That's just where I'm at with the series now. Yeah. Like, if Edmonton wins Monday, he's getting the Conn Smythe. There's no argument or dispute about that. He leads the team in points. He's had a historic postseason with only Lemieux and Gretzky, the two greatest hockey players to arguably ever skate on the ice, having better postseasons. And there's really not a close second on Edmonton in terms of who would get the Conn Smythe. Now, Florida, you could certainly split hairs and pick who you think's the most deserving. That's fine. I've said Barkov. Joey said Bobrovsky. If Bobrovsky played like he did in the first three games on Monday night, maybe he gets it. But I think it's a little bit, the Conn Smythe's pretty much determined if Edmonton wins Monday. If Florida wins, who gets the Conn Smythe's going to sort of remain a mystery. I had Barkov at the beginning of the series. Joey had Bobrovsky at the beginning of the series. But ironically enough, those three were the three favorites to win the Conn Smythe 2 weeks ago when at the start of the Stanley Cup. Those were the three betting favorites to win the Conn Smythe, according to Vegas. So yeah, because next week's going to be a huge week. 2 days of the NBA draft, Wednesday and Thursday. And then I think after the second round of the NBA draft, which is going to be 4 rounds, instead of 2 minutes to pick in round two, NBA teams will now get 4 minutes in round two, with the NBA being a 2-day event. After that second day of the NBA draft, you're going to have the NHL award show on Thursday night. And then you're going to have Friday, you're going to have the NHL draft in Vegas. And then Saturday morning, next Saturday, we will have rounds 2 through 7 of the NHL draft here, as well as a recap of the first round. I don't get it either, man. But, they're doing a 2-day draft. The first day is going to be at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. The second day is going to be at ESPN headquarters in Connecticut. So not only are they having 2 different days of the NBA draft, they're having each day in 2 different locations, which is clearly not smart in my opinion. Like, at least with the NFL, it's a multi-day event. It's in the same location. NHL draft, multi-day event. It's in the same location. MLB draft during the All-Star break, multi-day event. It's in the same location. NBA draft's a multi-day event, but it's not in the same location. So basically, everybody who doesn't get picked on Wednesday is going to have to fly out to Connecticut on Thursday. All right, 9 second-round picks out of 360. Since I've been covering the NBA draft on Draft Utopia in 2012 in this podcast, there have only been 9 second-round picks out of 360. Maybe 300. Yeah, 9 out of 360. I know there's some drafts where only 28 players get picked in the second round in recent years, but I'm just going to go with the 30 and round up, multiply 30 times 12. So 9 out of 360 players in the NBA draft have panned out. That is a 3% probability you're going to hit on your second round pick. That's a 3% probability. So you have better odds at hitting on your second round pick than you do your 7th round pick in NFL draft, but that's not by much. That's not by much. Because last year they had an option. A few years ago, the NBA had an option to raise the age limit from 19 to 20, and they were hell-bent on doing it. But the other side was like, we want the age lowered from 19 to 18. So these kids can just go straight from high school to the NBA. And the commissioner was like, fuck no, we are not doing that. That's basically what Adam Silver said. We are not doing that. If that's your stance, we're just going to keep things as they are for the NBA draft. And that's pretty much how that conversation ended. Because yeah. But he wanted to raise the age limit from 19 to 20 to declare for the NBA draft. And the Players Association was like, we want to lower the age. We don't want to raise the age. We want to lower it. And then Silver basically immediately shut down that conversation and basically kept things as they currently are. So and you're going to see more players in college now, in not just the NBA with NIL, but with the NHL draft as well. Because, Macklin Celebrini, he could have gone to Canada, but he chose to, he wanted to play with, wanted to play in the USHL. We've seen multiple players, Fantilli, Celebrini, start that trend of, instead of playing in Ontario where instead of playing in Canada where I grew up, I'm going to come to the USHL and take the NCAA route. And I think we're good. James Hagen's number one pick in next year's NHL drafts already committed to Boston College. So Logan Hensler, a defenseman on the U.S. national team developmental program with Hagen's, is committed to Wisconsin. So you're already starting to see highly touted players in the United States choose the NCAA route over the CHL, because the CHL pays players like $300 or $400 a month, and like they pay for food and expenses in the Canadian Hockey League. But we didn't do that in America. Now with NIL and the transfer portal, you're starting to see some of the hockey players say we're going to get paid in America. So if we want to take the NCAA route, we can, because we're getting paid. So it kind of evens the playing field. And this is the thing with hockey, Joey. I was going to quickly mention that if you're a player that gets drafted in the NHL at the age of 18, but you're like a freshman in college, or you just finished your freshman season, or you're going into your freshman season, what that means is the NHL team that drafts you can wait 3 years to sign you, and you can develop at college, but you can still get paid through NIL as well. So it's beneficial for both the organization and the player to take the NIL money if you're a hockey prospect. Can I bring up something with the NBA Finals? I want to quickly recap that. Then we'll get into some transactions that have happened this week in both the NBA and NHL. Because NBA Finals, Boston won in 5 games, but looking at the 5 NBA Finals this decade, only 2 of them had 2 teams with good starting fives. Milwaukee versus Phoenix and Golden State versus Boston. I would rank those 2 NBA Finals as the 2 best finals of the decade. Even though I'm happy the Lakers beat the Heat, that's still the lowest rated NBA Finals in league history, because you had the NBA Finals going on during NFL season and COVID. And the last 2 NBA Finals have just been brutal to watch as a fan. Yeah, I get the Heat got to the NBA Finals as an 8 seed, but they were going up against a vastly superior Denver Nuggets team that had a really good starting 5. And that was the same case with this year's NBA Finals with Boston facing Dallas. It's not that the Mavericks were bad. They were just facing a vastly superior Celtics team. So, and this Celtics team is 3rd all time behind only the 2000-2001 Lakers and the 85-86 Celtics. Those are the only 2 teams to win the NBA Finals with a better record. The 2017-2018. I forgot the 2016-2017 Golden State Warriors went 16-1 as well. So that was the Warriors team with Durant. So the Warriors team with Durant, the 01 Lakers with Kobe and Shaq in year 2 were the only teams to finish with a better record in the playoffs than this year's Celtics team. And this year's Celtics team had the best win-loss percentage by a Celtics team that won the NBA Finals since 85-86. So a lot stands out with the Celtics this year. They have their entire starting 5 coming back. But again, the ratings for this year's series, pretty low. I mean, I think 9 million viewers for Game 4. But yeah. Yeah. If they had drawn a better matchup like Denver or Minnesota, I think we'd be at game 6, maybe game 7. They drew the Mavericks. They drew literally the easiest matchup possible. But again, they got through this series because of injuries. I mean, Miami lost Jimmy Butler in game 4 to an injury. No, Jimmy Butler got injured in the play-in tournament. And then Jared Allen, Mitchell were both injured for the Cavs. And Mathurin got injured in February. And Mathurin was not in the series versus the Pacers. So they didn't have to play any team in the East at their best. And injuries were big this year because a lot of the teams that missed the playoffs had good starting fives, but their starting fives couldn't stay healthy this year. So, that's the thing. And that made things so much easier for the Celtics this year. Yeah, and the Celtics were able to capitalize off of the bad decisions the Sixers and Lakers made in the NBA draft by getting Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum at 3 in both years. They were able to capitalize off of the bad decisions 76ers and Lakers made. 18 championships for the Celtics now, most of all time. Lakers have 17. But they did win 5 of those as the Minneapolis Lakers. And some people are saying the Lakers and Celtics have 18 trophies. That's true. If you count the play-in tournament, both teams do technically have 18 trophies. But I don't think the play-in tournament should count as a legitimate trophy. Winning in the regular season should not count as a legitimate trophy. But if you count the play-in tournament, both teams technically do have 18 trophies. But the one trophy the Lakers have doesn't mean shit. Really doesn't in the grand scheme of things. Yep. Agreed. Yeah, Jason Tatum's going to be making $215 million over 5 years in his new contract. So he's going to be making $63 million a year, I believe, and that's $8 million more than Trevor Lawrence or Joe Burrow. Just throwing that out there. And they've got Mobley, they've got Garland. That's why a lot of people in the Cavs are calling that the core four. They do have Max Struss as that final starter in the starting five as well. So, you know, yeah, I'm going to get into Garland later in the show during the NBA mock draft because I have told you some trade block rumors, and we're going to get into some of those rumors in a second here because a lot of NHL trade news, a lot of NBA trade news this week. I want to dive into that before I get to the NBA mock draft. So, I think if the Cavs stay at 20, they're either going to take a point guard or a center. I just don't know which route they're going to go yet. Only reason I say that's because Garland's contract's up in 2028, and Jared Allen's contract's up in 2026. There are rumors the Cavs are going to move Allen, but Mitchell's already came out and said, I want Allen to stay here. I think Allen's going to stay here this year and next year and play out his contract. I'm not sure if he stays in Cleveland after that, because there could be some animosity towards the two by that point if they don't reach an Eastern Conference Finals, because there's too much talent for them not to be in an Eastern Conference Finals in the next 2 years. I'm not saying they have to be in an NBA Finals, but I feel like they at least have to get to an Eastern Conference Finals in the next 2 years, or someone on the core four's out. Yeah. I'm going to get to the trades now. The biggest NHL trade involved the New Jersey Devils and Calgary Flames. The Calgary Flames trade their goalie Jacob Markstrom to New Jersey, and they get Kevin Ball, a 23-year-old defenseman and number 5 defender on the New Jersey Devils, their best third-line defenseman. They also get a first-round pick in 2025. And look, I get it. It's a win-win deal for both sides, but I think Calgary's the bigger winner here, Joey, because New Jersey had multiple third-round picks at 75 and 91 this year. They have multiple seconds in next year's draft. Their second, Winnipeg's second. But Calgary was trying to get number 10 in this year's draft for Markstrom. And, New Jersey's GM would not budge on that. So Tom Fitzgerald would not budge on that. So, Calgary goes back to the board and says, what can we get for Markstrom? They end up getting a first next year in Ball. And for Craig Conroy, I give him credit. Craig Conroy has already flipped 3 players for 3 first-round picks. He got Vancouver's 2024 first-round pick for Elias Lindholm. He got Vegas's 2026 first for Noah Hannafin. He got Dallas's 2024 second for Chris Tanev. And he got a first-round pick for Jacob Markstrom, who's a good game manager, but Jacob Markstrom's never been to the conference finals. He got Vancouver to the second round where they lost to Vegas in 7, got injured in that series. And then he got Calgary to second round where they lost to Edmonton in 5 games in 2022. I don't know if I would have given up a first-round pick for him. I mean, you had 2 seconds in 2025. You had 2 third-round picks in this year's draft. You had you have 2 goalies in your farm system, Nico Das, and you also have the other goalie, Devils. He was the top goalie in the 2022 4th-round pick. I don't really know his name at the moment. It's not Devils. Tyler Brennan. There it is, Tyler Brennan. You have Tyler Brennan, you have Nico Das, 2 goalies in your farm system. Brennan was the top goalie in the 22 NHL draft. Nico Das was a 2023 round pick that you sort of rushed up to the NHL. You could have made a trade package like that and Kevin Ball and probably could have kept your first-round pick. But New Jersey's like, nah, we're going to keep the 2 seconds. So if you don't win a Stanley Cup or get to a cup with Markstrom in the next 2 years, this trade is going to be seen as a failure. Because the Devils goalie's the only thing the Devils need to make a cup push. And they get Markstrom in this trade with Calgary. And you had resources you could have traded away instead of a first-round pick. But I think Calgary was hell-bent on getting a first-round pick, and they did. So Calgary now has 6 first-round picks in the next 3 NHL drafts. If they hadn't offered their 2025 first to Montreal, they'd have 7 in the next 3 drafts heading into Friday. So, Calgary's in a great spot long-term, but I think they got to get that number 1 draft pick. They got to get a star player with one of those number 1 picks in the next 4 NHL drafts. Otherwise, won't matter how well they draft in the long run unless they hit on all their picks. So, that's where Calgary's at. But I think Calgary won this trade more so than New Jersey because I think New Jersey could have offered less and still gotten Markstrom. But because they got a first for Markstrom, now there's the expectation that the Bruins are going to have to get a first for Linus Ullmark. So, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. You got any thoughts you want to add to that trade, or should I get to some other NHL trades? Another NHL trade, Joey, is Darcy Kuemper got traded from the Capitals to the LA Kings for Pierre-Luc Dubois, who has a contract that runs through 2031. So the Capitals are taking on a bad contract, and the LA Kings get a goalie that can help them right now with 3 of their goalies as UFAs. And, Kuemper's still good, but he's not the goalie he was 5 years ago. Charlie Lindgren took the starting goalie job from Darcy Kuemper after Kuemper's second season with the Capitals. So Lindgren's probably going to get an extension now, and Darcy Kuemper is going to be the LA Kings starting goalie. No draft picks exchanged in that trade. Final trade here is the NHL trade. We'll get to some NBA trades in a second, but the final NHL trade involved the Dallas Stars trading Ty Dellandrea, their fourth-line right winger, and 2018 first-round pick, who's an RFA, to the San Jose Sharks for a 2025 fourth-round pick, which Winnipeg owns. And Dallas did not have a fourth-round pick from 2024 to 2026, so they don't have a fourth in the next 3 NHL drafts. Way to go. Mike Greer finally bringing talent in after winning the Macklin Celebrini sweepstakes. Barclay Goodrow from the Rangers, Ty Dellandrea from the Stars, bringing in some bodies for the back six, trying to make sure that San Jose has the pieces to compete when this rebuild is complete. I don't know if the rebuild is going to be complete overnight. I do think San Jose is going to have much better forward play next year. Celebrini, Will Smith, Mikael Granlund had 60 points in their captain. Logan Couture is going to be back from a season-ending injury, so they're going to be 4 deep at center. They're going to have some bodies on the back six with Dellandrea and Goodrow, who could both possibly be on the third line, but they're still going to be in a rebuild. But yeah, those are the NHL trades. Yeah, and you're seeing teams trade those 2025 picks away, which kind of surprised me as well, because from what we're hearing, the 2025 draft is going to be deep, and you could definitively argue there's more top talent in the top 75 of next year's draft than this year's draft. You could definitively argue that. So the fact that teams are moving 2025 draft picks instead of 2024 picks is kind of surprising. But it's also not that surprising when you consider the fact that teams kind of have their board set. They really don't want to change anything last minute unless a really good trade offer occurs. And I do think we will see some teams move some picks leading up to this draft. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's probably why New Jersey kept the number 10 pick and traded their 2025 first instead. Because now that they've got a goalie in Markstrom, they're probably not going to be picking in the top 10 next year. Also, their first round pick in 2025 is top 10 protected. So if the Devils finish in the bottom 10 once again, they get to keep the first round pick. So the trade is a conditional first round pick. It's not a guaranteed first round pick. $2025, it's very big, yes. We're talking 7 in the top 90. At least 7 in the top 90. And the thing is, 6 of those 7 goalies outside of the top goalie, Gabriel Diego, all have a 900 save percentage and all have a goals against average of below 3. As 16, 17-year-olds in their +1 draft year. That's the scary part. So if those goalies improve, they might improve their stock as well. That's really the big kicker here. No, you're right. You can't. San Jose does not have a good starting goalie or a good backup goalie. So they're probably going to draft a goalie this year and next year. And then the two will probably compete against each other at some point. That's probably the approach they're going to take. I think that's the approach a lot of teams are going to take when it comes to the NHL. Yep. Yep. Because right now you've got I think there's 7 first line players in next year's draft that are already dominating in their +1 years. So I think the earliest we'd see a goalie come off the board in next year's class is number 8. But it's going to be interesting to see how that plays itself out, because I'm with you, Joey, with 7 goalies in the top 90 and 6 of them all doing well in their +1 years. There's no scenario where I can't see a goalie getting picked in the first round. I think at least 2 goalies are going to get picked in the first round minimum. And I think we could see up to 5 go in round 1, depending on how this class develops. So the record's 4, by the way. The record for NHL goalies in the first round is 4. So I'm saying there's an outside shot, 10-20% chance we could see 5 goalies go in round 1. That's how top heavy next year's goalie draft is. And a lot of people are kind of divided on the goalie class for 2024. The Hockey News has 4 goalies going in round 2. Draft Prospect Simulator has 2 going in the 3rd round. And Elite Prospects, which is one of the top draft sites for hockey, they do Zoom calls on the NHL draft each month. They have 0 goalies in the top 100. 0. I think if NHL teams copy Elite Prospects' thought process when it comes to their big boards, we may not see a goalie pick this year until after the top 100. And that's not a knock on this year's goalie class as much as it is on next year, as much as it is on next year's class being that good. Yeah, I think I've got 6 going in the 3rd round this year, but I have the first goalie coming off the board at 85. San Jose has the Tampa Bay Lightning's 3rd round pick. That's where I have the first goalie coming off the board. And then Columbus and another team pick at 86 and 87. I have those teams both taking goalies. So I do have a goalie run, but it's in the middle of the 3rd round. closer to the back end of the third round than in most years that wouldn't be the case. But with next year's goalie draft, taking next year's goalie draft into account, I had to decide when's the first spot to put a goalie. I went with 85. So I'm kind of in the middle on elite prospects and draft prospect hockey because I do think next year's goalie draft in 25 is better, but there's still some talent in this year's class. And I cannot wait to talk about that when we cover the NHL draft next Saturday, rounds 2 through 7. I cannot wait to get into that conversation as the picks come flying in. I like Elvis Mersklins. I think Mersklins is a good starter, but the problem is he's had 2 seasons with his save percentage below 900 and his goals against average have been above 3. It's happened in 2 consecutive seasons now. So if that doesn't change after next season, you have to bring somebody in to develop. You don't have to get rid of Mersklins, but you have to let him play out his contract till 2027 or trade him or bring somebody else in through the draft. You have to do something. And that's why I say we could see them target a goalie at 86 this year because they didn't target a draft. You know, I don't blame them because Mersklins did enough to earn the benefit of the doubt last year, but this year in a row. Maybe that's because of the coaching. I'm sure Don Waddell is going to get the iron out, but regardless. Agreed. And that's why I opted Chuck Person because Chuck Person is one of my favorite players in NBA history. But it is what it is. He's got that much potential, that much ability. You need to maximize it. If you don't maximize it, they're always going to bring somebody in that's younger, hungrier, and a little bit smarter. So when that happens, doesn't matter how intense you are or how talented you are,
play for the San Antonio Spurs instead of the team that you led for 4 years. Because you got this guy right here, harder. You got this guy over here, going to work harder. We got this guy right here, going to maximize his ability, even if his ability isn't as much as yours. And this guy's probably going to make the Hall of Fame, where you're going to be on the outside looking in.
Yep. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Only one NBA trade. I mean, Malik Monk got an extension. Pascal Siakam got an extension. Neither of them is hitting the market. Monk's going to remain in Sacramento. Siakam's going to remain in Indiana as their starting power forward after the Pacers gave Toronto their first-round pick to get him. The only trade involved Josh Giddey for Alex Caruso, starting shooting guard in the Bulls, played point guard this year when Lonzo Ball was injured. So the Bulls send Caruso to Oklahoma City. Caruso, good shooter, good passer, good defender. He goes to Oklahoma City, and Josh Giddey is now on the Chicago Bulls with Lonzo Ball, 1-for-1 trade. Caruso's in a contract year, but Giddey is a RFA next year. And the Bulls are going to have to pay that contract.
The only player that you said there that really has that consequence to me is Monk. I do like Monk. I think I'm a fan of his. And I think keeping him was
smart because he's got chemistry with Fox. The other move I liked was the Siakam signing. Pascal Siakam. He was great in Toronto. Pacers trade for him, and they give him an extension to make sure that they've got their core for next year if they want to try to make another run to the Eastern Conference Finals. So I think both of those are good decisions.
Siakam has the corn a little bit because I know the Pacers have keeping Siakam in the Pacers. They get 3 power forwards.
Yeah, they took Jarris Walker out of Houston in the first round of last year's draft, but since Siakam signed a 4-year extension, Walker is probably going to be a bench player at Indiana on the Pacers at most. Even though he's got the ability to start, he's stuck in a situation where he's a bench player because Aaron Nesmith, your 2020 first round pick's also on that team. And
that's something that is something I look at and I say, you can tell Larry Bird's on that in that front office because that is a Larry Bird move. Making sure you have the ability to take a big man out and put a big man in where you're not going to have lost ball. That is a Larry Bird move. Being able to just dominate one area to the point that you make the other team one-dimensional. And that's why I'm a little bit torn because I know it's a move that works. If the draft from last year works out, it's a move that will elevate the Pacers to the top of the Eastern Conference. But at the same time, I gotta look, it's like, man, this is a risk. And well, Larry, you made risks in your career, and they've all worked out for you. And when they usually work out, when you want a player, you come back Rick Carlisle, your former teammate, your coach when you were general manager, your coach when you were president, and you had all that success there. And now you're coming back to him now because you know he's going to do what needs to be done. But man, this is one. I don't question it because you have a track record of making it happen. But at the same time, I'm looking like, dude, if this don't work, it's going to be tough. You're not going to have any problems when it doesn't work, but man, something like being there's your history. I'm going to be sad because it's the one time I'm working on. And
Yep.
I just can't fathom it. So it does worry me a bit. But at the same time, gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. Because Larry Bird sees the game of basketball like nobody else can. And he has never failed. So you gotta give him the benefit of the doubt with what he's doing.
Agreed. Yep. On that note, I am going to get in the NBA mock draft. This will be the final segment of the show. I'm going to break down every pick in the draft. Atlanta Hawks, I have them going Alexander Sarr. Believe it or not, rumors are that the Hawks are going to take Klingon or Zachary Rasacher at number 1, but I've still got Sarr going here because I do believe he's the best player in the draft. But I'm not confident enough to lock it in as the pick yet. Like, I'm not confident enough to where I'm going to lock this pick in on the NBA draft results webpage. I'm not. But, you know, yeah, there's going to be 4 nights of drafting this week, Joey. You're going to have the NBA draft round 1 Wednesday, NBA draft round 2 Thursday, NHL draft round 1 Friday, and then we will have live coverage of rounds 2 through 7 of the NHL draft next Saturday here on this podcast. So, I believe we're going live Wednesday at 7 or 8. Just depends. I'm looking at the 2024 NBA draft times here. 8 p.m. Eastern. Apparently, first round coverage begins at 7:30. The draft begins at 8 p.m. Eastern. So it can go live at 7 or 8. But there's not going to be any picks announced until after 8.
Let me know when you're going live.
I will. I'm going to let you know Wednesday when we're going live. Probably going to be around 8, but yeah, I'll text you the details for that after the show. But yeah, the Hawks, I have them going with Sarr. They're the first team to play in a play-in tournament and be picking number 1 in the draft. I think there's at least 10 players that would get picked ahead of every player in this NBA draft. And while this draft is deeper than most think it is, but at the same time, it's there's not a star player like a headliner. Like the NFL, the NHL, the MLB draft, the MLS draft, all have that star player, all have that headliner. The WNBA draft has kicked ass so far with Clark. The WSL draft is Yep.
And that need. And everyone come back before anytime it gets. There will be a 12-month lead. 12-month lead. It makes me wish that I had the money to get surgery on my MCL and get that reattached after 20 years, because that's like 2 months now when it used to be like 9 months. And I would definitely come back stronger, because that technology, when it comes to repairing knee tendons, is so amazing. The rehab has become so awesome that, I mean, I think there's one NBA, I think it was an NBA player that, no, it was a baseball player. When it came to an arm injury, they got so medical technology in terms of
yeah, but it is.
just amazing.
But like when I say the NBA draft is weak, there's not a bona fide star at the top of this year's NBA draft. Every sport has a bona fide star. Even Tyrese Spicer's lived up to the hype as the number one pick in the MLS draft, which really is saying something. The NWSL draft was amazing, handed out a record 53 out of 57 A-plus grades. Maybe it was 56, but regardless, it was just an incredible NWSL draft for women's soccer. The PWHL draft, Sarah Fuller, the Princeton forward, she is going to be a star in the Pro Women's Hockey League, the PWHL. It formed last year. Athletes Unlimited softball draft. They pretty much replaced the defunct National Fast Pitch League, but Athletes Unlimited, you have a Clemson softball pitcher who may be softball's version of Shohei Ohtani, went number one overall in Athletes Unlimited draft this year. Brennan O'Neill, a Duke attacker. He was the World Lacrosse MVP, also the only college player on Team USA for lacrosse. He went number one in the pro lacrosse draft this year. So basically every sport outside of the NBA has a star at the top of the draft this year. But I agree.
Which is more starters than you would have in any draft over the last 15, 20 years. So you've got more, you don't have the stars, you've got more starters. So what is, and this goes into your line of thinking, the top five, the starting five is the most important thing in basketball. Well, guess what? In this draft, you not only get a chance to round out your top five, but these teams that have the two first-round picks, I think there are three of them this year, they have a chance, even if they are top 10, to make legitimate playoff runs, but they'll be able to round out their top five, go by your logic.
Yep.
So that is really the downside to this draft. And, guess what? Those guys that are the top chance to be starters, those 20 guys, I'd say 16 of them are juniors or above.
Yep.
16 of them are juniors or above.
Yep.
So you tell me, this is a chance for the old guys to say, we're just young guys.
I do have two seniors in my top 10, Joey. I have two seniors in my final top 10. I do have Sarr at number one still. I'm still convinced he's the best player in this draft. And if Atlanta passes on him, Washington will get a player to round out their starting five. But, this is Atlanta's first time picking at number one since 1975. And the Atlanta Hawks, they've drafted in the top three on 9 different occasions dating back to 1956. And they're historically speaking, the Hawks have done horrible in the top three. I will go through their entire history in the top three because I really did do a lot of extensive research on what the Hawks have done in the top three of the draft dating back to 1956. It starts with trading Bill Russell to the Celtics. That was the first blunder the Hawks made. When the St. Louis Hawks had the number 2 pick, they drafted Bill Russell, but they traded his rights to the Celtics. They got Zelmo Beatty 3rd overall in 1962. Well, to be fair, it did sink the St. Louis Hawks because they relocated to Atlanta. So it did have a ripple effect. It's not like that move. I mean, the Hawks relocated from St. Louis to Atlanta in 1970 because they traded the rights to Bill Russell away. So technically, Bill Russell did sink St. Louis as an NBA franchise. But go on. Also, looking at their track record, it's not good. They got Zelmo Beatty with the St. Louis Hawks. That was one of their hits. They drafted Pistol Pete Maravich third overall in 1970, but then they traded his rights to the New Orleans Jazz in 1974, which, again, they should have never entertained the idea of trading Pistol Pete away. That's blunder number 2, in my opinion.
Who should have scattered NBA records. And he did. The big thing was, after like 4 years, he blew out his knee. He retired early. Well, this story I think one I've told before, because he went and told Larry Bird something, and Larry Bird told him point blank, if you were as good as you say you are, then I wouldn't be here. And after that, New York Pete Maravich just said no, and then he chalked it up to, I don't want to die at the age of 40, so I'm going to hang it up now. And ironically, he died at the age of 40 of a heart attack. But it made it very, very interesting because Pete Maravich should have been so much more. Yeah, he gets thrown off by a rookie in 1979 and automatically calls it quits. Because Larry Bird decided to clap back with, you're not as good as you say you are, you're not as good as you think you are, I whooped your ass and I took the team, you tapped them for 28 wins, 62 wins, you aren't that good, sit down, shut up, and follow my lead. Pete Maravich the time. That to me tells me Pete Maravich was not mentally strong. He was not at that place mentally where he could deal. Yeah, he could deal with Cedric Maxwell being top scorer and the leader overall, best player. But he could not deal with a guy like Larry Bird who was just like talking, get in line, do your damn job, you're not as good as me, stop talking shit, because I'm going to take you to the promised land. He couldn't deal with it. Because it wasn't the player that he should have been or could have been. And that says a lot about player, potentially the man.
Yep. Other moves Atlanta made, they drafted a bust third overall in 1974. The next year, they had the number 1 pick for the first time ever, and they took David Thompson, who spurned the NBA to play with the Denver Nuggets in the ABA at the time. You want to touch on that briefly before I get to the next few players? David Thompson. That's who the Hawks took number 1 overall in 1975. To be fair, 1975 wasn't really... I can't really say it was a weak draft, but on paper it doesn't look like it was that great of a draft in general, because the only other all-star players or star players, Alvin Adams went 4th. You had Daryl Dawkins go 5th. Lionel Hollins went 6th. You had Gus Williams at 20 in round 2. You had Lloyd Free in round 2. Dan Roundfield in round 2. But it wasn't after those 6 players in the top 28. It wasn't a great draft, to be fair to Atlanta. Atlanta had the number 1 pick, and they couldn't sign the player they drafted number 1 overall because he chose to go to the Nuggets in the ABA at the time. That's what I'm saying. They could have drafted a bust, and if they had signed him, it still would have been a better pick than Thompson because at least you signed the number 1 pick. They got Dominique Wilkins in 1982. That was a good pick. That was a hell of a pick by Atlanta in 1982. I know you want to say something about Wilkins. I do got to get to some of these other players like Gasol and stuff, but yeah, after the Hawks took Dominique Wilkins at number 3 in 1982, they had the 3rd pick again in 2001. But they traded the rights of Pau Gasol to the Vancouver Grizzlies. They also drafted Marvin Williams when Chris Paul was on the board. But in Marvin Williams' defense, North Carolina did win the national title that year in college basketball. Even though Marvin Williams was not a good NBA player, in Marvin's defense, North Carolina won the NCAA title. So you can understand the thought process of taking him at number 2 at that time. Because in hindsight, they probably should have picked Chris Paul. But to be fair to Marvin Williams, he did win the title. in college, the national championship. So, yeah. At the time, it just didn't materialize. It didn't work out. Yep. And then in 2007, they took Al Horford third overall. They got the number 3 pick 11 years later in 2018, but they traded that pick to the Dallas Mavericks for the number 5 pick and a 2019 first round pick. Dallas got Luka Doncic in that trade. Atlanta got Trae Young and DeAndre Hunter. But yeah, Al Horford was third overall in 2007. He was drafted behind Greg Oden and Kevin Durant. The Hawks had 3 good top 3 picks out of 9. Zelmo Beatty, Dominique Wilkins, Al Horford. They missed on their other top 3 picks. And this is their 10th top 3 pick. Yep. Okay, somebody just commented in our chat room on Al Horford's resume. May I read the resume? I'm not trying to interrupt you. I just would like to read the resume because it's really impressive. International gold, check. FIBA medals, check. All NBA selection, check. All defense selection, check. NBA championship where he mattered, check. 5-time All-Star, check. 2 NCAA championships at Florida, check. Top 50 in playoff points all time, check. Top 20 in playoff rebounds all time, check. 2-time All-American at Florida, check. SEC MVP, check. And they said Al Horford might have a Hall of Fame resume. I think he does have a Hall of Fame resume. I mean, that's 5, 7, that's 11 checks. If you have at least 10 checks, I think you're worthy of a Hall of Famer if you've got the championship. He's got 11 checks. I say he's in.
in the Eastern Conference playoffs, the Patriots get to the finals.
Yeah, they had the Bucks without Giannis. That was really their window of opportunity, and I'm glad you brought that up because I mentioned that in the write-up for this mock draft as well. That was really their window of opportunity. They do have a lot of talent back, though. They still have Trae Young at point guard. They have Murray at shooting guard. DeAndre Hunter's their small forward. They have Jalen Johnson, their 2021 first-round pick out of Duke at power forward. He did a good job replacing John Collins. You have Clint Capella at center. You have Bogdan Bogdanovic as the sixth man who can play shooting guard or small forward. You have Sadiq Bey, an impending RFA at small forward and power forward. You also have Onyeka Okongwu, who can play off the bench at both power forward at center, but he's more of an effective bench player than a quality starter, despite making some strides as a 2020 first-round pick. And you got Kobe Buffkin, last year's first-round pick, as the backup to Trae Young.
Here's the question, Chris. When they had that window of opportunity, would they have barged through that freaking door and blown down the wall if they still would have had out for them? That's the big thing, and I say yes.
I do too, because the Bucks ended up beating the Suns. I think the Hawks would have won had they kept Horford. They did have Capella, and Capella wasn't bad, but if you add Horford to that Atlanta team, they probably win the NBA Finals. I think you can make a legitimate argument with Horford. They beat the Bucks because Giannis is out the entire series, and then it's Atlanta versus Phoenix, and that could go either way. But I think Atlanta would have won in 7 instead of 6 like Milwaukee. That's a counter argument since the Suns have series. It's not like we're saying Atlanta wouldn't have won. We're centered on Atlanta, and they knock out the Bucks in that hypothetical. Yep. No, you're not wrong. Yeah. I mean, Zachary Rassat sure had a pre-draft workout with Atlanta. So did Klingland. Sarr is my number 1 player in this draft, but he did not have a private workout with Atlanta. And I thought, well, he played for Overtime Elite in Atlanta, so maybe that's why. But yeah, Alexander Sarr played on Overtime Elite. Overtime Elite is in Atlanta. That's when I say Sarr played on Atlanta. He didn't get drafted by the Hawks. He played on Overtime Elite for a year before going back to France. Overtime Elite is in Atlanta, Georgia. That's where they're located. Now, Ignite is no longer going to exist after this season. Overtime Elite is still going to exist. Dominique Wilkins said Alexander Sarr is good and that he reminds him of himself. That should be a cue to bring in Sarr for a private workout and draft him number 1 if you like what you see. That should be an indicator of interest to bring the guy in for a workout, because if Dominique Wilkins is calling Alexander Sarr special, that means you need to look at this guy or you might fuck up with the number 1 pick. You might.
which put a different mindset in that. When Larry Bird called him like that, you can't guard with this fight. And Dominic said, this is what I need to do. And that's what you call me here. That's an influence. And he went up to him and I was right there with the part of the picture. And the look on Larry Bird's face went down. And he said, that taught me you're not ready to play against guys like that. You don't need to Josh was a special player, special talent, and one of the great things that everybody did from the greatest team was still to the pitch. I think with the conflict, either semifinals or finals, you can look up. It was, I think, the zone talent was between the zone they had 90,000 points. It was just a freaking masterclass. You can't stop.
I think the pick, because I do have some news on the Hawks. I do think Atlanta's going to draft a center at 1, and they're going to develop him for a year behind. They're going to develop him for part of the year behind Clint Capella. But now we're hearing from Bleacher Report that the Atlanta Hawks may move Clint Capella in a trade before this week's NBA draft. That has just come out, breaking news. Capella, the starting center, might be moved. CBS is saying Atlanta should trade Trae Young. Trae Young, as bad as he was defensively in the play-in tournament, he was dealing with an injury, and he's your best scorer. You're not trading him away. All these rumors by all these companies like CBS, it just feels like clickbait. If Atlanta was a bottom 10 team, I'd say yes, break it up. Break up your core and go into a rebuild. Atlanta was a play-in tournament team. And if you're a play-in tournament team, I don't think you should break up your core. That's the distinction between a play-in team versus a team that's in a total rebuild. Yeah, and Trae Young just tweeted an hourglass emoji as if time is running out. It kind of a cryptic tweet, an hourglass emoji with like the time running out. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Does that mean it's time's running out for me to do something in Atlanta? If you don't move me now, you're going to get less value for me, or I'm going to leave after my contract's up in 2027. What exactly does the hourglass mean exactly? Look, if you draft the right center at number 1, you have a window of opportunity to keep this team competitive until Trae Young becomes a 2027 UFA. But if you don't and you fuck this up, your window is going to expire. Your window of opportunity to get a championship with this core is going to expire, and you're going to have to blow up the team into a total rebuild. CBS is basically just saying the Hawks should blow up the team. They're saying that because the Hawks aren't a big market team. Even though they play in Atlanta, one of the bigger cities in sports, they're not a big market team. They're not a big draw. So they're basically saying, because you're not a big market team, not a big draw, just blow the damn thing up. And CBS, ESPN with Wilbon, they try to push this propaganda every offseason. It's not going to work. I think Atlanta still has a chance to be competitive. As long as Young's there, I think they've got a chance to be competitive. They've got Dominique. They've got DeJounte Murray. They got D'Anthony. They got DeAndre Hunter, DeJounte Murray, Jalen Johnson, and Clint Capella. Yeah, they do. Those guys are averaging those guys are averaging over 10 points a game, but they're not like players that they're not big time stars. They are averaging over 10 points a game, doing well as starters, but they're not like big time stars. That's the thing. And as long as Young's there, as long as the rest of the starting five's there, you're going to have a window of opportunity to make the playoffs. But is Trae Young basically saying the Hawks' window to win a championship is closing? Is that basically what the hourglass is implying? Because they're not going to be a good team without Trae Young. That's the point I'm trying to get at here. Yeah, I do think Sarr can be a star. It's a big reason I've mocked him at 1, but I don't think Atlanta's willing to move number 1 unless they're in position to draft Zachary Rasacher or Donovan Klingland at 2 or 3. And it's just they're going to move him. You'd only have Mitchell and Capella for a year, but you could be a top 4 seed with him and Trae Young on that team. You're a top 4 team. You probably win a playoff series and then lose to the Celtics in round 2 next year. But if you want to do that for 1 year, that is an option. I expect the Cavs to re-sign him from what I've heard, but we'll get into that when we get to Cleveland. I still want to get through this number 1 pick. It is
Yeah, the number one pick is so intriguing right now because Atlanta does have such an opportunity, and their history is really weird with it. And what they can do with it is just up in the air.
I think they're going to end up keeping it as well. Offered number 4 and a bunch of second-round picks to move up to number 1 for Rasacher, but I wouldn't do that. It's too risky because the Wizards and Rockets could go Sarr and Klingland unless you wanted Zach Edey at 4, which I wouldn't hate that pick if you moved down. It really is too risky to move out of the number 1 pick at this point. And you could get Reed Shepherd if you wanted to replace Young. I would not trade Trae Young away, but I think if you're going to move number 1, you've got to at least get 4 and 8 or 4 in a 2025 first if you're going to move out of 1. Now, if a team wants to trade for Young, like the Spurs, it would have to be 4, 8, and a 2025 first. That'd be the minimum asking price. You'd probably want a little bit more, though.
Here's the thing about second-round picks. Second-round picks used to mean something. Used to be a role player, maybe even a star. Now they don't mean shit.
9 out of 360 second-round picks have been quality players. And only one of those 9 second-round picks, Joker, Nikola Jokic, was an NBA Finals MVP. So that is a 3% probability of getting a starter in the second round. 3%. Only 9 out of 360 second-round picks since I've covered NBA draft have panned out. That's a 3% probability.
That's why I say Adam Silver was full within his right to demand a 20-year-old.
But the Players Association wanted to make it 18, not 19. They wanted to make it 18. You can go to the league straight out of high school. And Adam Silver shot that down very quickly and said, we're just keeping things.
NFL level and say 3 years after your graduating class, then you don't have an age. If you graduate at 17, you get to walk in at 20. Graduate at 18, you get to walk in at 21. If you're a dumb fuck and you can't graduate by 20 years old, you don't get to walk in here until 23 years old. You want to be at the level of the NFL. If you want to bullshit, guess what's going to happen? Just like they never reach the heights, and you will never get the money that you want. But you got to be that good. And I'm going to have to keep struggling to make sure you get the money. If I was Adam Silver, I'd throw that at them.
Yeah.
See how they respond to that.
But they can't, I don't think they can renegotiate the draft rights until, I don't know when they can renegotiate that. So,
I think it was 28 or 30 by the time that happened.
But yeah, I've got Alexander Sarr going to Atlanta. He wowed me in terms of his shooting ability. I do like his defense, but to be fair, his shooting and defense was better last year on Overtime Elite compared to this season. So, I mean, his dad played overseas in Senegalese, and his older brother Olivier Sarr is the backup center on the Oklahoma City Thunder to Chet Holmgren. So it's not like, it's not like the talent isn't there. It is. I think if you draft Sarr, you have that second star, and you're a top 5 team. You're in that conversation with Boston, Milwaukee, Indiana, Cleveland, and Orlando. You're in that conversation as a top 6 team. You might not have to go through the play-in tournament. That's the type of upside I think Sarr has. Yeah. 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 Chet Holmgren went number 2 overall 2 years ago. He's emerged as one of the better players in the 2022 NBA draft. Banchero's also lived up to the hype as the number 1 pick. I've got Rasacher going second to the Wizards. I think if the Wizards have came out and said whichever French player goes number 1 to Atlanta, we're taking the other guy at 2. If the Hawks take Rasacher, we're taking Sarr. If the Hawks take Sarr, we're taking Rasacher. They've already came out and said that. They do need to center it around out the starting 5, but since they've already said that via team reports, I think they're going with a French player at 2. I've got Rasacher here. I had 3 blue chip players back in November. Alexander Sarr, Zachary Rasacher, Ron Holland. Ron Holland had 3 fouls in 18 of his 29 G League games. Too many for him to remain in that blue chip tier. I think Rasacher is the number 2 pick if Sarr goes number 1. There's also the possibility that Rasacher does go number 1. He had 10.1 points per game. Sarr only had like 9.8 or something. So it's possible Rasacher goes number 1. He can defend the 1, 2, or 3. You want to see him defend more medium, long range situations, but his defensive play is good enough to where and look, you can also try to tank for a top pick in the 2025 draft. You're going to have Cooper Flagg, who we've talked about. You're going to have Arias Ace Bailey going to Rutgers. You're going to have Dylan Harper, number 3 recruit, also going to Rutgers. You're going to have Kaman Maulak, a 5-star center heading to Duke. VJ Edgecombe, he's an ideal wing player. He's heading to Baylor. Trey Johnson, a shooting guard heading to Texas. And Jalil Bethea, a shooting guard heading to Miami. All 7 of those players have a max grade of 99 out of 99 on 24/7 Sports. You also have some international players like Nolan Traore at point guard, Igor Demon, a point guard on Real Madrid heading to BYU, and Hugo Gonzalez, a shooting guard on Real Madrid. Real Madrid was the play your Luka played for, and they got their 2 best guards since Luka on Real Madrid last year. So, I mean, that's going to be the top 10 of 2025. Everyone in that top 10 goes ahead of the number 1 pick in this year's draft. It doesn't mean this year's draft is horrible. It's just next year's draft looks much better on paper compared to this one. But hey, The Wizards, I think they go Rasacher and they try to they continue their rebuild for one more year. And if you get one of those top 10 picks next year, then you can start trading players away that aren't stars to find a final piece to round out the starting five. But I've got Rasacher at number 2.
Rome wasn't built in a day. Okay, guys? You have starters, you have stars in this draft. And those are all upperclassmen for the most part. Not all, but 99% of them are upperclassmen. But you need the superstars to go with them. So is it a bad thing that next year is going to be top heavy? Absolutely not. This is going to be a more complete draft than next year. You're going to have more starters this year than you are next year.
I disagree. I think you're going to have a lot more starters next year. I think we're going to have at least 25 starters next year. At least 15 to 20 day one starters this year. I think there's only 20 starters this year, but there's a lot of good role players. It's a great role player draft.
I think there's going to be more starters this year, but more stars next year.
That's fair.
And that's why you load up and
But looking at Washington, they've got a few decent players. Tyus Jones at point guard, Jordan Poole at shooting guard. Then you have Deja, their 2020 first round pick. Kyle Kuzma at power forward. You don't have a center to round out that starting five, and Kuzma's the only player with over 20 points a game. So Kuzma's basically your big superstar here if you're the Wizards. He's under contract till 2027. Well, they did go. They kind of the Washington Bullets. They kind of went back to the color scheme the Washington Bullets had, but they have the Wizards. They have the Wizards team name and logo, and they've got a building that looks like the Pentagon in their incorporated into their logo.
The Bullets logo, I can understand why they changed the Bullets name. I didn't really care for it myself when they changed it because it really didn't make a difference. But at the same time, we just had like 3 or 4 mass shootings, and it's like, okay, dude, we don't need to add to this. So I can see the logic behind it and how the thought process went at the time. Today, it seems like there are like 5 mass shootings happening every day across America that nobody hears about. So it turns out that them changing the Bullets name made no difference or made no sense at all. But at the time, I can actually see where they were coming from and how. So, I can't get upset about it. But at the same time, you're in Washington. Believe me, there are no Wizards in Washington. But there are a lot of guns and bullets in Washington. So I can see how that made much more sense. But I can see why they changed it all the time because, the issues are just really starting to ramp up at times. So I can see it. But I still think the jerseys, the original Wizard jerseys, were cooler than anything they have now. And the last Bullets jerseys, especially the Bullets jerseys from the 80s, Bullets jerseys from the 80s were pretty damn good. So just my thought process on the jersey and how I understand the logic behind what was going on at the time. I just wish they had cooler jerseys.
That's fair. All right, Houston Rockets at number 3. I've going Reed Shepherd here. Kate, they do need a backup shooting guard. You have Van Vliet at point guard, Jalen Green at shooting guard. Jalen Green, he struggled early in the year, but he broke out at the end of the year. It's like after after reports about him impregnating 3 different women went viral on like Total Pro Sports and Clutch Sports, all these other sites, that lit a fire out of his ass because he knew he was going to have to pay child support. So he just went on a tear at the end of the year. So,
And you know what? That is a very good motivator. If you don't know what a condom is, it is a very good motivator to make hundreds of millions of dollars. So I can see why he would want to go on here. But at the same time, you want to look at some really cool jerseys here. Man, those jerseys with Clyde Hakeem and Charles Barkley that one year, those black with the stripes, with the rockets on the front. Okay, those are some cool freaking jerseys. We need to bring those back to the Rockets.
I agree.
The old red, you know, I love the old red uniforms of the Rockets, but man, those black ones,
They've got a black basketball logo in the background of the current Rockets logo. They still have the R, but they have a black basketball in the background of the R.
that R looks so freaking cool. It's like Team Rocket from Pokemon. Okay, you do not strike any intimidation to me, and in fact, you're a bunch of fucking jokes because Team Rocket sucks.
I thought you were going to go on a Rocket Power rant, but the Houston Rockets logo that Joey's referring to is the Rockets logo with the orange basketball from 72-73 to 94-95, I believe. That is the logo you're referring to.
Yeah, it was the part time for all those years and every now and again, but it was really prominent during the 94-95 season, I think it was.
Yep.
When it was Barkley dressing and everything, where they just when they souped it up to extreme levels, during that 3-4 year time period where they just had these extreme jerseys. This one was one of my favorites because it just had the flag and the stripes. There's still the orange basketball, and it was just such a cool jersey.
Yeah, but you also got Dylan Brooks. You got Jabari Smith Jr., number 3 pick in 2022, and Alperen Sengun, who's led the Rockets in scoring with over 20 points a game. I had him in my top 10 in 2021. So, yeah, Green and Sengun, it looks like they hit on those picks. They hit on Jabari Smith. They got Van Vliet and Brooks in trades. Amon Thompson's your backup point guard. Whitmore's your backup small forward. Tari Eason's your backup power forward. And you have Steven Adams, who you got at the trade deadline, your backup center. A backup shooting guard is the low need on the Rockets. I went Reed Shepherd. He can compete with Amon Thompson. His shooting form is identical to Steph Curry's. That's the thing I noticed on tape. He had a 42-inch vertical at the NBA Combine, even though he's a freshman at Kentucky. But his shooting form is almost identical to Steph Curry's. And I think that is one thing that stands out with Reed Shepherd.
Look, I'm a Reed Shepherd fan. I do like Reed Shepherd. The big thing is, when we talk about shooting form, probably the greatest shooting form in NBA history was Larry Bird's form because it was an over the head thing that was almost impossible to block on a jump shot. Just because of the way he did it, and it allowed him to get perfect wrist release. So it was. So what Steph Curry
Yep.
Curry is just an amazing ball handler. And that creates more opportunities for him to drive the basket and pass the ball. I know he's known for shooting, but his shooting isn't that great.
Yeah, with Reed Sheppard, he's going to have to work on his defense, defending the 1 and the 2 by contesting shots, using his wingspan and body. It's like if he can't refine that area of the game, Sheppard's not going to have the ceiling Curry had. But if he can refine that area of his game, he's got a chance to be special down the road. And Calipari does have a great track record with guards. Don't get me wrong. He has an excellent track record with guards. Jamal Murray, De'Aaron Fox. You got Devin Booker, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Tyler Hero, Tyrese Maxey, Shaden Sharp, Kassan Wallace, top 10 pick last year. He's got 2 guards projected to go in the top 10 this year. But here's the thing. After Yep. And this is the thing. I was going to mention this quickly with Kentucky. The last good guard that really excelled defensively on Kentucky was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The last few guards that Kentucky's had in the NBA draft, Tyler Hero, Maxey, Shaden Sharp, Kassan Wallace, Reed Sheppard, and Dillingham this year, they are great shooters and passers, but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was really the last guard Calipari had that could defend well. And he was drafted in the 2018 NBA draft. So that may explain Kentucky's decline in the first round of the NCAA tournament every year dating back to 2019, Joey, when you really look at it, because And Reed Shepherd, if he can win that competition versus Amon Thompson, he could be the Rockets' point guard. At the very worst, he's a viable combo guard who dominates off the bench. And Houston's got their entire starting five locked up till 2026, hitting on that third pick, getting a future point guard in Thompson or Shepherd if you move on from Van Vliet, allows you to have a good starting five until 2027 when Dylan Brooks becomes a UFA. All right. Yep. It is. I do. San Antonio, they moved up from 5 to 4 following the lottery. They have 3 star players, in my opinion. Victor Wembanyama's really the one superstar that could become a megastar down the road. Had a really good rookie year. You have Devin Vassell, a player who I believe can hit 20 points a game, and Keldon Johnson, who hit 20 points a game last year. So you have 3 good players you can build this team around. I mean, he had 21.4 points a game and 10.6 rebounds a game. He had good numbers for a rookie, really good numbers. I wouldn't say he underachieved, because he had 21.6 points per game in France. He nearly matched that in the NBA, 21.4. He had 10.4 rebounds in France. He matched that in the NBA. He could still end up becoming the second coming, but I feel like your expectations of him are a little bit higher than what I feel like. He met expectations, but he didn't exceed expectations. I feel like your thought process on that is a little different, as he met expectations and lived up to them, but he didn't exceed expectations. That's kind of my thought process on Wembanyama's rookie year. I'm thinking 22 to 25 points a game next year and 12 rebounds a game. 11 to 12 rebounds a game. Nobody else had him getting 30 points a game. As good as Wembanyama is, I don't remember anybody saying he'd have 30 points right out of the gate as a rookie. Okay. Yeah. I never put that big of an expectation on Wemby. I know you did, some people at ESPN did, that's fine. I never put that big of an expectation on Wemby. But yeah, I do think the Spurs have one superstar. I'm not going to call Wemby a megastar yet, but I do think they have a superstar in Wemby. I like Vassell, and I think Johnson. Those are good two-star players that complement Wembanyama well. Trey Jones is in a contract here, 2020 second-round pick, who's actually had 2 seasons with over 10 points a game. They also have Jeremy Sochan. I was not a big Sochan fan, but he started 75 games, the most among any Spur, and he had over 10 points a game. So I do think the Spurs are heading in the right direction. I think this pick's either going to be Nikola Topic or Stefan Castle. From what I've heard, the Spurs prefer Castle over Topic. The Spurs prefer Castle, the freshman combo guard on Connecticut, over Topic, and I do think Castle brings a little bit more to the table than Topic does. I love Topic as a three-point shooter, but I also get Alex Caruso vibes with Topic and the medicals. The medicals with Topic are a big reason he fell out of the top 10 for me. The medicals with him. He may end up going as high as 4. The medicals, but he had 2 knee injuries. One knee injury kept him out 4 months. The other knee injury was a partially torn ACL, not fully torn ACL, a partially torn. So it's not like Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and I think Castle, he wants to be a starting point guard in an NBA team. If the Spurs love him, they'll pick him at 4. If they don't, I think they'll go with Topic, but it's a big pick. And if they get that point guard pick right, they're going to be very good for years to come.
the Guardians is the third Tommy John or a third right arm. I don't think he had Tommy John, then he had a forearm injury. That both were devastating. If that gets third, bye-bye to your career. I don't care how good medical technology is. But two injuries you can come back.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything, but he called Shane Bieber Justin Bieber, like the singer, the singer, the Disney pop star. Yeah.
I'm quite ashamed of myself. I'm so sorry to anybody listening ever for any reason. I'm feeling quite a lot of shame. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so we apologize to Shane Bieber and the Guardians organization for that, because
I will write into the Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show and apologize profusely to Jay Crawford because he is a semi-professional baseball player and he is a pitcher. And he was a professional baseball player back in the day. And I will apologize to him directly for that because that is an insult to all pitchers everywhere. I'm so sorry.
I mean, how far do you think Justin Bieber could throw a first pitch on a first pitch for a Toronto Blue Jays game? All right, fair enough. I'll drop it. Just thought we'd have a little fun there, but all right, I'll drop it. All right, but Stephon Castle, he could be that point guard. Him and Wemby could have amazing chemistry. It's not that I don't think Topic wouldn't be a good fit. I just think Castle may end up having better chemistry with Wembanyama. So I went with him at number 4. I love his shooting, his all-around game. I think he can shoot anywhere, short range, mid-range, long range. I see a guy with a high-end starter ability. I don't see an all-star, but I see a high-end starter with Castle. Pistons, I've got Mataz Buzelis. Buzelis' agent is the son of the Pistons president of basketball operations, so I do think Buzelis is going to end up in Detroit as a small forward. He would compete with Oscar Thompson for that starting role after Oscar Thompson had less than 10 points a game. You have Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham's getting a 5-year, $215 million extension that is going to be paying him $43 million a year. So Cade Cunningham, number 1 pick in the 2021 NBA draft, is now making $10 million more than Baker Mayfield, which I'm sure infuriates you to some degree because as good as Cunningham's been,
Baker will out-earn him on his next contract. I have no doubt Baker will get that $100 million contract, $150 million contract. But right now it doesn't bother me that somebody else out-earning him in a different sport because Baker had maturity issues. They were long documented. And if he was at the mental place then that he is now, he would still be a Cleveland Brown. And he would have had that $200 million contract. Maturity matters, dude. People might downplay it. Maturity matters. It matters big time in professional sports. One guy, a practice squad guy that got undrafted free agent, picked up by the Browns, just got cut because he got drunk in Florida and ran his car into a liquor shop. How the fuck do you do that at 2 a.m.? I don't know. You think you'd see a big building
He was going to be a training camp cut, even if he stayed clean off the field, most likely.
He was, but it's the stupidity and the lack of maturity that really gets me. It's like, really, I've drank a lot, Chris, you know that.
Yeah.
I have never once walked into a big freaking building with anything, whether it's on foot or on a bike or anything else. Because I was mature enough to know I had one goal. Get there at all costs. Do not do anything stupid. And if you have to go 2 miles an hour to do it, get there. That's mature. Do your job, get where you need to be, and the maturity, let the maturity work. If you're not mature enough, then it's going to hurt you. You know, Baker Mayfield just has to be talented enough that he can work through his maturity issues. Congratulations to Baker. Not everybody does. And he's got a long way to go because he's immature. People in other sports are going to be like, I'm more mature, I'm going to make more money. Are you still make more money than me? Long term? Probably not.
Yeah.
Short term? Absolutely.
But yeah, you got Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey. So yeah, you know, Pistons, they're in an interesting spot with their picks, with their talent pool.
He's a really nice player. I think he can be a key player for Detroit going forward. But at the same time, you know, there's something that was being said by somebody from the Athletic saying, you know, the worst coaching spot for any coach this offseason was Detroit. And I'm like, I wouldn't say that. I do like some of the talent that Detroit has. I think Detroit is a good coach.
They got rid of Monty Williams. They fired him. He got fired after 1 year.
And I like Monty Williams. Personally, I think I can coach that Detroit team, and I see great results from them.
Yeah.
And that's because my thought process on it, Detroit's an athletic team. I love movement. Chris, we have talked about this.
Yep.
I love movement. Even with pick and roll, I will find movement. I get options. If you really pull enough, you will get open shots. You can look at deficiencies. You won't be deficient anymore. I think Detroit is a team that if you get a coach that emphasizes movement and you get a really good draft next year, and you get those guys who are really athletic, Ivy, you know, is a great example of that. You get them moving around and getting open shots, just moving the ball around. I think Detroit can be a really strong player.
Yeah, Detroit is one of these teams that could take a leap this year. There's a lot of teams in this. I think the Spurs could take a big step. The Rockets, Spurs, and Pistons could all be teams that take a leap next year. It just depends on who stays healthy, how the season plays out.
I really like Monty Williams as a coach, but I don't think that Monty Williams was the right coach for Detroit because Detroit needed more of a coach like
Yeah. Yep.
So I just want to make that clear. No disrespect to Monty Williams. I love Monty Williams.
Yep. I agree. That's a good point. Spoelstra's still on Miami. He's going to be safe on Miami. Talking Bama, I want to thank you for subscribing to the YouTube channel. That is very much appreciated. Spoelstra's great, but we got to get to the Charlotte Hornets at 6. We rant all day. We're never going to get done with this mock, but Charlotte's another one of these interesting teams. You've got Atlanta, Houston, San Antonio, Detroit, all in the top 5. I could see turning things around. Charlotte's probably one team. Detroit's the favorite to get the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft at the moment. But Charlotte is another one of these teams where they've got to get a shooting guard to round out the starting 5. But I don't think there's a shooting guard on the board at 6 if Castle goes 4th. So I've got Castle's Connecticut teammate Donovan Klingland going 6th because Mark Williams hasn't broke out yet. And the big problem with the Hornets is durability. Outside of Brandon Miller, nobody else in the starting 5 started 22 games. LaMelo Ball is going to get an extension where he's making more than Baker Mayfield, and he's only had one season where he's played 70 or more games. Grant Williams only played 22 games. Grant Williams played 19 games. Mark Williams played 22 games. And they all had high point totals, but they weren't durable. So depth is needed in spades in Charlotte right now. You could go topic. Yeah, and Klingland gives you depth. I like Mark Williams coming out of Duke, but he's only started 36 games since being a lottery pick. Klingland would provide depth if he makes it to 6. And
Here's something I would do if I was Charlotte. Here's something I would do if I was Charlotte. So, try to jumpstart this. I would try to find a way to get Jared Allen from Cleveland. I would try to find a way. If you get that top draft pick, Jared Allen, and Lonzo Ball, right there, you have that group of 3 that reminds me.
yeah, you'd have LaMelo Ball, you'd have Brandon Miller, you'd have Allen. And it's possible this pick gets traded.
Yeah, that makes me sit there and think, if they would be able to do that, Charlotte would be a real player.
Yeah.
In the Eastern Conference this year.
Yeah, but I've got Klingland. He's going to start out as a depth role, but he could end up taking a center job from Mark Williams later in the season. I got Portland going Ron Holland. They have a good starting 5 for the most part. Scoot Henderson took the point guard job from Brogdon. You have Simmons. You have Shaden Sharp, who started at small forward. You have Jeremiah Grant, and you have DeAndre Ayton. So you have a good starting 5 for the most part, but Sharp and Simmons are both shooting guards, so I'm going with a true 3 for depth here. Ron Holland, player that was in my top 3 back at the beginning of the season. He goes off the board here at number 7. And, there were 3 players in the discussion: Ron Holland, Dalton Net, Zach Edey. I do have Net and Edey both in the top 10, but I ended up going with Ron Holland at number 7 here for Portland. Because he was, I think,
I think Portland is going to be trying for a while to get back what they lost last offseason. They lost 2 really good guards. They lost a lot. So I think that they will be trying for the next couple of years to get back that quality of players that they let go of. But they do have some draft picks, so I'm not gonna rule them out on that.
yeah.
But that quality of player just doesn't come around in the draft anymore. Quality of players that they let go of. So as the draft goes on, the years coming up, quality is just going to get worse and worse and worse. And I'm not sure they're going to be able to get what they.
Because they have the starting 5 to be a playoff team, but like Charlotte, injuries really derailed them last year. So that's been the big theme with a lot of these teams in the top 10. You've got Brogdon as your backup point guard. Your backup shooting guard is Matthias Thybulle. You have Jabari Walker, a second-round pick out of Colorado, as your backup small forward. You have Chris Murray as your backup power forward, late first-round pick, and Dupe Reith took the backup center job from Robert Williams III, who was a Celtics 2018 first-round pick. So Williams has been demoted to third string in Portland. So, Portland, I don't think they're going to draft a center here, even though I considered Edey. So I think it's going to be a small forward, and I got Holland here. But regardless, I think Portland's in a tough spot. They got to hit on their picks in order to get out of this rebuild. There's no guarantee they do with how late they're drafting. Spurs, Keldon Johnson's good. He has potential to be a star when he's healthy. The problem with Keldon Johnson is he has never played all 82 games in his career, and he played under 30 games for the first time in his career last year. So Dalton Connect, he's going to go to San Antonio. He's going to be the backup small forward, because if San Antonio's in a situation where their sixth man, Zach Collins, and Keldon Johnson are both injured, they'll need somebody to start. I really like Dalton Neck out of Tennessee. I think he's the best senior in this draft. I have him coming off the board at number 8 right here. I didn't see Dalton Neck defend once on tape, which is why I gave Ron Holland a landslide edge at 7. But I think whoever Portland passes on between Holland and Dalton Connect is going to end up on San Antonio at 8. And, he did a good job in the tournament the last 2 years, getting Tennessee to the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8. So, yeah, I've got Dalton Connect here coming off the board. What do you think of Necht? Do you want to say anything about the first senior off the board before I get to number 9? Dalton Connect, small forward, Tennessee. He's a senior. First senior off the board at 8.
I like him. I think he is. I'm trying to remember. I like making a good scorer and rebounder. I do think he needs work on his passing. But at this point, I think he is one of these players that can come in and do a nice job as a starter on a lesser known team and be a really good six-man.
All right. Wow. Holy crap. We had 50 views earlier. We are at 91 now. Yeah, 91 people have tuned in to talk with us about the NBA draft. I really do appreciate that, guys. It's and Cole Baggett. Yeah, I checked the comments in the chat room, and I just noticed that Cole Baggett liked the tweet. And speaking of Cole Baggett, we're getting to your team, the Memphis Grizzlies, at number 9. I asked Cole for his input on what he thinks the Grizzlies are going to do at 9. Still Rob Dillingham at 9. And, Dillingham, he's a good backup for Ja Morant here. I definitely think there's some talent. You have Morant. You have Marcus Smart. You have Desmond Bane moving from shooting guard to small forward. You have Gigi Jackson, first round pick that was able to become a starter. He was drafted in the 20s and he became a good starter for Memphis right out of the gate. And you have Jaren Jackson Jr. So moving from power forward to center. So it seems like Memphis, they're willing to transition in that respect. And, after Morant's season ended, they really just didn't have an answer. But I love Dillingham's shot, and is a bit. I do think if we see an injury to Morant again, that Dillingham can come in and have a big impact. His big weakness is his defense, and that just seems to be the recurring theme with a lot of these one and done teams. They have good shooting, they have good passing, good athletic traits. It's the defense. And none of the Calipari's guards have defended as well as Booker, Murray, or Shai Gilgeous. That's the reality. The last 5 years at Kentucky, the guards are great shooters for Kentucky, but they're not good in defense. And that's a big reason Kentucky's lost the tournament. But I do think Dillingham can have an impact as a scorer, even off the bench. So I do like this pick for Memphis. And, there's a big reason why I've got him going to Memphis at number 9. The biggest pick that surprised Cole when going over my mock, Joey, is I had Zach Edey to Utah at 10. This is the first shock value pick of the top 10. The Jazz don't have a center in their starting 5. They've got Clarkson, Colin Sexton, Lauri Markkanen in a contract year, Collins at power forward. Markkanen's in a contract year. And with Collins and Sexton being 2026 UFAs, I feel like Danny Ainge is going to be in win now mode. Walker Kessler's regressed since his rookie year after being a 22 first-round pick for the Jazz in the Rudy Gobert trade. So I think the Jazz are looking at this and saying, our window to strike is now. We have to get a player that can help us get to the playoffs next year, not later. Now, I think that's what Ainge is thinking. And I've got Zach Edey going to the Jazz, and I have him becoming a day one starter here right out of the gate. There are people that have him at 12. People that have him in the late 20s. I think I've seen him as low as 29 this year. I've seen him in the 18 through 20 range in most mock drafts. Cole had him at 12. I put him at 10.
Maybe I have more faith in Andrew Landers this year than I have in the past. But dude, this dude is a defensive terror. He's a hell of a rebounder.
I'm going to get a coffee while Joey rants about Edie. Keep going.
He shoots well over 60%. He's a good shooter. He dominates inside. Holy crap. Like, you're looking for good players inside these days. Because you got great players on the outside. That you're really looking to solidify the inside of your team. And you've got this freaking juggernaut sitting here looking to be the next big thing. And you're like, yeah, we're going to pass on that.
I love Edie too, Joey, but the reality is Alexander Sarr and Donovan Klingler are coming off the board before he does. If Edie had won the national title against Connecticut, I think he could have made a case for going as high as 6. And I do love Edie. He outperformed both Sarr and Klingler at the NBA Combine. So he didn't just dominate on the court, he dominated in the athletic drill, the agility drill, and I think that type of dominance is what's going to propel him into the top 10, Joey. Because he's one of the big winners of the NBA Combine, too.
I'm not saying he is better than Wembanyama last year. I think we all know Wembanyama was in the category of honor that.
Yeah.
But as far as college players go, he was the best. He wasn't even close. And this year, as far as college players go, he was the best. It wasn't even close. And he did. Anywhere around the top 5 is just a tough pill to swallow for me. Hopefully, more NBA executives agree with me. That's what he said. He did not fall that far.
Yeah. And Zach Edey's a guy that I think goes very early. I have him. He won back-to-back James Naismith Awards. Winning back-to-back James Naismith Awards for me is like winning the Heisman in 2 years. And I've heard this is my first shock value pick. I mean, one NBA team in the top 10, I heard they compared Zach Edey to Yao Ming. I think that's a bit of a stretch personally, but that is the ceiling. I don't disagree. I think he's a top 10 pick. I have got the Chicago Bulls drafting Cody Williams out of Colorado at number 11. There are rumors that Zach LaVine's going to be traded, that Bulls already traded Caruso to Oklahoma City for Giddey. And they've got PJ Williams at power forward, Vucevic at center. So I've got Cody Williams, the freshman of Colorado, going to the Bulls at 11.
I'm not a huge fan of that. At the same time, I'm not really sure what the Bulls are doing right now. 2 years ago, the Bulls were one of the top up-and-coming teams. Now I'm not quite sure.
Lonzo Ball's had 2 consecutive years with a season-ending injury. Caruso's had to play both shooting guard and point guard. Kobe White's their point guard. They average 10 points a game in relief of Ball. They have Giddey. They have LaVine if he sticks around. It just, every time the Bulls look like they're about to complete their starting 5, it just feels like they blow up their team. And they set themselves back with another bad trade or really bad decision. Yeah. Yeah, Cody Williams could be a younger version of Paul George. That's kind of why I went with him at 12. I do like him. He really had a big impact on Colorado as a freshman. And I have another Buffalo going to Oklahoma City. Yeah. Yeah, Oklahoma City acquired this pick from Houston. They've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at point guard and Chet Holmgren at center. And, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was drafted by the Clippers, but they traded him away to get Paul George, which, in hindsight, that was a bad business decision by the Thunder, or by the Clippers, to do that. They handed the Thunder a superstar point guard. They've got a superstar center. But, these other 3 guys, Caruso, Dort, Williams. Yeah.
Old expression. But trading him away now, get you a little bit more. But George, in the later part of his career, superstar. And the part of the other part of his career, which we were just talking about, not so much. So that, I just wanted to clear up a little bit for
No problem. But yeah, they've got Kassan Wallace for depth. And, Tristan Da Silva is the player I went with at 12 here. He can play both the 3 and the 4. Jalen Williams feels like more of a natural 3. I think the most expendable player in this starting 5, you have Gilgeous Alexander, Alex Caruso, Lugens Dort, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren. I think the most expendable player in this starting 5 was Dort, even more so than Josh Giddey, who you traded away to Chicago because you didn't want to pay him as an RFA, and that's fine. That's how you feel. I respect that thought process, but I got Tristan Da Silva going here, the Colorado Buffaloes power forward. So I have 2 players from Oren's alma mater going in the lottery, folks. And if you're a Colorado Buffaloes fan, you're going to hear us talk about Colorado football a lot more leading up to the 2025 NFL draft. But looking at this situation, you got Dort. I think Dort is probably the one expendable player, but Da Silva could start out as a bench player and then take over for Dort by 2027. I mean, I do like Da Silva. He's a combo forward. He takes pressure off of Cody Williams. He projects more of a 3 than a 4, but he can play both roles. Jalen Williams is only 6'5", 211, and Da Silva's 6'8", 220. So, I mean, you can move Williams to the 3 and play Da Silva at the 4.
Remember, Chris, I was one of those that a few weeks ago, De Silva could potentially worm his way into the top 5, top 8 of this draft. De Silva he's a very good shooter, decent rebounder. Needs to work on his ball handling a little bit, but he's got great size, 6'8", 220, as you pointed out earlier. Averaged 16 points a game in Colorado.
5.1 rebounds, 2.4 assists. But go on.
Yeah, and that just, is what I was saying. He needs to work on his ball handling. He needs to work on his passing. You need a guy to come in there, get a good first step. He's going to score for you. He's a great shooter. He brings that European style play. You let him work his magic.
Good rebounder and passer. His areas of improvement are mainly defense and ball handling. That's it. He's a competitive defender, but he lacks the athleticism and strength you want from an NBA forward that defends despite his best efforts. He's not an ideal switch defender. So the defense is not horrible, but it is a work in progress. It's raw and it is a work in progress.
Also a guy that I would love to see one-on-one against Luka. I think they are very similar players.
Yeah.
And if he can get his ball handling the way it needs to be, he and Luka one-on-one. Okay, there was a time I wasn't in college football. Joe Hayden, Julio Jones got me back in it. You want me back into the NBA for all teams? You give me those 2 guys going at each other with their ball handling. Guy will beat my.
Yep.
I think De Silva is that quality of player that could really bump himself up into the top 5. I have heard some executives think that he's a top 5 player. And if that's the case, hey.
I think he's been mocked around 14, but frankly, I just think that's too low. I think, so I ended up going with 12.
I'm right there with you. I have seen the mock draft. I've seen the same mock draft you have, 15 to 20. I've also heard NBA executives saying, dude, this guy could, if we haven't picked this early, he'd be a top 5, 8 pick. Well, guess what? There's nobody saying that there's an
Yeah, Tidjane Saloon, small forward of Cloet Basket in France. He's the third French player to go in the lottery. I have him going to the Kings because, I think he would be a really good player to groom behind Harrison Barnes, who's getting up there in age. So that's the thought process with Saloon, Tidjane Saloon. They do not have a UFA until 2026 when Fox, Herter, and Barnes are all UFAs. Fox is the lone untouchable, and with Malik Monk back, you're going to have Fox and Monk back, the two Kentucky players. You're going to have Saloon. Saloon's got the short range, medium range, long range. Some have called him the French Giannis. I think that's a massive exaggeration, since shooting and scoring are his biggest strengths. He does a nice job of stealing the basketball and high pointing the ball on defense, but that's really the only thing that stands out outside of his scoring. You give him an opportunity to develop his passing and defense for 2 years under Harrison Barnes. He should be ready to take over by 2026. And at the very worst, you're getting a high-end bench player to Barnes. Yeah, Giannis is a power forward. This guy's a small forward, so I do not agree at all when people are comparing him to Giannis. Okay? I do not agree with that comparison, nor do I endorse that comparison. But I'm just saying there are people in the NBA draft community, not going to name names, not going to take shots, but there are people in the NBA draft community comparing him to Giannis. I do not agree at all with that, neither do I endorse the statement, but that is what it is. Portland. Yeah, 14 rebounds, 14.6 rebounds, 2 steals per game for Saloon. Not bad numbers, but he's got to develop under Harrison Barnes, and then develop as a defender in year 1 and then a passer in year 2, and then you groom him to take over for Barnes in 2026. Portland at 14. I think this is where Nikola Topic comes off the board. Jonathan Wasserman of Bleacher Report has him going 15th to the Heat, but the thing is, Topic was once projected to go as high as 4, but the 2 knee injuries, one causing him to miss 4 months and the other a partially torn ACL. I think the medicals with the left knee drop him out of the top 10. There's also a rumor that a team took Topic off their board because he's on the spectrum, and do not get me. I'm on the spectrum myself. If that's why you took him off your board, I hope you draft a bust. I hope it sets your franchise back because I'm appalled. Yeah, I've got Asperger's. That's a high functioning form of autism, but yeah, that's what I was diagnosed with. But yeah, if you're taking a player off your board because they're on the spectrum, I don't know what to say. Same here. I'm proud of it. I don't care if Topic is or isn't on the spectrum. Here's the thing. Can he play, and what's his character off the court? Those are the questions teams should be asking. Spectrum's not a deal breaker for me. If he can play and he has good character, I do not care if he's on the spectrum. I do not care if he's got the intelligence of Forrest Gump. If he can play and he has a good attitude and he's a role model towards people, I don't. I don't think there's a player in this NBA draft that compares to Forrest Gump. I was just saying hypothetically, if you got a player, even if they're as intelligent as Forrest Gump, who's not very intelligent based on the movie, if they've got the right attitude and they play ball at a high level, I'm cool with picking them. Okay, I am. Yeah. 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 And Topic's playmaking is incredible. He's a guy who's going to generate 7 to 11 assists a game, 18.4 points, 3.6 rebounds. Great facilitator. Some believe he's a low-end starter at point guard that graded out as an 85 out of 99, the lowest grade you give to a starter like a Alex Caruso. I know you compared him to Luka Doncic without getting into the specifics of that. I saw similar three-point shooting to Luka, but that's about it. Luka was way more refined as a shooter coming out of Real Madrid than Topic was. But, you know, he did hit some 3-point he did hit some 3-point shots. I know he shot under 30%. That is the big argument a lot of anti-Nikola Topic fans are making, is that he hit under 30% of his three-pointers. I get that. He did hit some three-pointers on tape, though. And he doesn't defend well at all. But you're getting him as a backup to Scoot Henderson so you can move Brogdon. So it's not a bad pick at this point at 14 for Portland. You mean point guard? Yeah. Size the fight in the dog. Yeah, I get you. Miami Heat, I'm going with a surprise player here at 15 to round out the lottery. Deron Holmes II. Yeah, power forward Dayton. You need a power forward to round out this starting five. You got Rozier at point guard, Hero at shooting guard. You got Rozier from Charlotte at the trade deadline, Jimmy Butler at small forward, and Bam Adebayo at center. You have some quality bench players like a Duncan Robinson, Jamie Jaquez Jr., former UCLA shooting guard / small forward, and you got Caleb Martin. Nikola Jovic, their 22 first-round pick, started at power forward, but he was averaging less points per game than the backup power forward, Kevin Love. And when Jimmy Butler and Duncan Robinson were both healthy, Miami could play multiple forwards, but they do not have a true four at power forward. One guy that really impressed me in the interview process is Deron Holmes. He can play the 4 or the 5. He played both power forward and center at Dayton, probably a true 4 in the NBA. 6'9", 235. He has the short range, medium range, long range passing and defending. He said he can do everything in an interview of him that I watched, and I believe that after rewatching the tape. And let me put it this way. If I worked for the Miami Heat and we were considering going in a different direction, I would put my foot up Pat Riley's ass to make sure we got Deron Holmes. If you're willing to put your foot up Pat Riley's ass to make sure you're getting a player, that better be a heck of a player if you want to keep your job. That better be a heck, and I think Deron Holmes is a heck of a player. So that is the thought process at 15. If the Heat don't get a power forward, their championship window is going to close if it hasn't closed already. Because without that starting 5 like they had last year when they played Max Struss at small forward and they played Jimmy Butler at power forward, without that starting 5, they just weren't the same team. They barely made the playoffs as an 8 seed and they lost to Boston in 5. Go ahead. What about Garnett? Because I feel like he's in that discussion too. Not as. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah, 20.4 points a game, 8.5 rebounds, 2.6 assists, 54.4 field goal percentage, 38.6 3-point percentage, 71.3 free throw percentage. I feel like he's the missing piece for the Heat. I know he's not projected to go until the 25 through 30 range. I think he's a top 15 player. Not only do I love the tape, I love the interview. I love the way he talked about constantly improving. He doesn't just watch college players, he watches NBA film as well. So that's a double plus. Yeah.
But without that power forward, without that guy in the lead, you got problems.
Yeah.
And a lot of young guys don't realize that spreading the floor does not mean neglecting 5 to 15. If you neglect 5 to 15, you're in trouble.
Exactly. And yeah, I just want to thank our audience again. We are now up to 108 listeners. We were at 105 the last time I checked. We're now at 108. So we went from 90 to 105 to 108. Keep subscribing. We had a subscriber. I subscribed to their YouTube channel, so thank you guys. Keep it up as we get on this journey to talk about more of the NBA draft. One team that I think the Las Vegas sports books are vastly overrating next year is the Philadelphia 76ers. Yeah, we hope you're entertained. We hope you enjoy everything. Oh, yeah. If you're a Boston Celtics fan and you see this bat ad, it directs you to Fanatics. You can buy Celtics championship gear. We have those banner ads. Whenever a team wins a championship, you can check those out. You can go to Fanatics. It'll redirect you, but I'm not going to encourage or discourage buying. I don't want to. I want the focus to be on the mock drafts. But yeah, back to the back half of round one. The Philadelphia 76ers may be the most overhyped team by Vegas right now, because right now the Philadelphia 76ers have the third best odds to win the Eastern Conference. And the 76ers only have 2 starters returning, Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. That's it. Their shooting guard, their small forward, and their power forward are all UFAs. And every NBA team's in the negative for salary cap space. So how are teams going to get free agents with all 30 teams in the negative over the cap? They have Embiid and they have Maxey, but that's about it. He's a star. He's not going to be a superstar or even a megastar like Embiid, though. I have Jacoby Walter going here at 16. I have Jacoby Walter, the Baylor shooting guard, coming to Philadelphia. He had 28 points in his debut at Baylor. He has the shooting that you want. He has the passing that you want. And I've seen him defend the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4. I could see Jacoby Walter being a day one starter, kind of like the Devin Vassell of this draft, if he ends up in Philadelphia. But yeah, the 76ers, they need multiple starters. I don't know why they have the third best odds. Like, they do. For the 2025 NBA Finals, the 76ers are the third best odds behind Boston and Milwaukee. I would put the Pacers ahead of them. I would put the Cavs ahead of them. I would put the Knicks ahead of them if they got a center. I'd put the Hawks ahead of them if they... So, I mean, I don't think the 76... I feel like they're more of a play-in team than a team that really has that good starting 5 to go on a championship run. And what's interesting is Joel Embiid talked about how we're going to be a championship team next year on the NBA Finals. I don't see it. Maybe you get lucky and you reach the Eastern Conference Finals like Indiana. I don't think they're a championship team. Because there are some people that have Walter in the lottery. I think that's a little too high, but this isn't. This is about where he should go, in my opinion.
he was a brand jerk. If they would have listened to Al Silva, because he Walter would have listened to Al Silva, he potentially would have been the number one pick next year. But what do me and Al Silva know? We've just been around a little while.
Yeah, definitely. Lakers, I'm going Devin Carter here. I mean, the Pelicans had the option to receive this first-round pick or a first-round pick in 2025. They chose the latter because they know next year's draft probably going to be better, probably going to have more stars. So they're like, yeah, we'll take next year's pick. Lakers can pick here. So the Lakers, they've got D'Angelo Russell, who has a player option, Austin Reeves at shooting guard, LeBron James at small forward, Rui Hachimura at power forward, and Anthony Davis at center. So they're going to have their starting five back. I went with Devin Carter. I think Devin Carter, really good option for the Lakers to develop. I know you have Jalen Hood-Schifino. You can move him to the 2 or the 3 off the bench, and he made 65% of his shots in the paint from short range. He made 3 out of every 4 free throws, and he has the long range you covet. He made 11 three-pointers on 100 shot attempts. He's also got the passing and rebounding you want. His mid-range game does need some refinement. He only made 29% of his shots from mid-range. But despite a strong free throw game, I really wouldn't put too much stock into this because Devin Carter only took about 12% of his shots from mid-range. Playmaking is a question mark, needs to be more consistent, but he's not a liability either. He's a better decision maker than Jared McCann, the other player in the lottery that was still on the board at this point. And I feel like he can defend against anyone. The 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5. I feel like Devin Carter can defend against anyone.
I love Carter. What I would like to see, because this is the thing, but his mid-range game is not as great. If I was coaching his, I'd be like, son, you really need long-range game? We're going to take, I'm going to take the Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan method. 100 shots, mid-range, every game. 100 shots. Okay? And unlike them, who just took them from wherever they need to take them from, I'm going to make it mid-range. Because, you know, like you said, Chris, he took very few of his shots from mid-range. And if you take very few of your shots from mid-range, you're not going to need to have a
Yeah, I mean, Devin Carter, 19.7 points per game, 8.7 rebounds, 3.6 assists, 47.3 field goal percentage, 37.3 3-point percentage, 74.9 free throw percentage. He finally broke out as a three-point shooter, which catapulted him in the first round. His floor is a bench player, but his ceiling is a high-end starter that could potentially make first or second team of an all-defensive team at the end of the year if he reaches his peak. But it's not just about him continuing to play at a high level. It's fixing the mid-range as well. And you got to be patient with him. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and you look at the Orlando Magic, I agree. Just get the routine down, get it perfected, and get the fundamentals to where it's second nature. That's what he's got to do with regardless of where team drafts him. But Orlando at 18, I'm going Jared McCain, Cole Anthony, Suggs, Wagner, Banchero. You have Wendell Carter from the Nikola Vucevic trade. Really good starting five. Cole Anthony, he can average 15 points a game, but he didn't start a single game. Orlando kept rotating Markelle Fultz, Gary Harris, Anthony Black, Caleb Houston in at point guard. So I think with Fultz and Harris as UFAs, Cole Anthony will probably start again, but you need to bring in another point guard for depth. I got Jared McCain. He's the best player on the board at this point. 6'2", 197, the Duke sophomore. He can defend well, and he has the shooting you want. Short range, medium range, long range. He played shooting guard in high school, switched to point at Duke, and he was able to win the point guard job as a true freshman this past season. But like, the thing with McCann is he's not a good playmaker. His decision making can be woefully bad at times. Like, he'll make the wrong read, the wrong passes, the awareness isn't always there. I do think there's potential with McCann, but I see him as more of a sixth man that can operate a second team once he fixes his decision making and passing. And if he doesn't fix his decision making and passing, this could be a pick that ends up backfiring for whoever drafts McCann. But I think Jared McCain is probably going to go to. It's Jared McCain. He's probably going to go to. Yeah.
certain level of excellence they expect. So when it comes to McCann, he's got some problems within his game. One of those things is not mental. He is as strong as any freshman in the last couple years mentally. So I think maybe a little high for him, but I don't think it's a complete stretch to push him here.
Agreed. I think McCann fits what Orlando looks for in a profile. Wes had him at number 3 back in November. I'm sorry, he's not that good. I love do basketball, but Jared McCain, pronounced McCann, he's not that good compared to where Wes had him in November. But I do think he's too talented to fall out of the first round entirely. Yeah. So I'll look at Toronto. They traded Pascal Siakam to Indiana for a 2024 first round pick. They get the 19th pick in the draft. Since San Antonio owned their first round pick at 8. But Toronto's got Immanuel Quickley, who's good friends with Donovan Mitchell. And I do think if Garland gets traded, Toronto's a candidate. And we'll get to Garland and the Cavs in a second. They pick at 20. They're on deck. But Quickley and Donovan Mitchell are good friends. So Quickley could be a sign and trade player if the Cavs want to move Garland. But I think Quickley he's still the point guard at RFA, and he comes back. He's the guy. You have RJ Barrett, who you got in the trade with the Knicks at shooting guard. You have Scotty Barnes at small forward. Kelly Olynyk's your power forward, and Jacob Poeltl's your center. All those guys averaged over 10 points a game. Toronto, I have them drafting Kyle Filipkowski for depth at both center and power forward. I think Filipkowski could take over at power forward when Olynyk becomes a UFA, or by 2027 when Poeltl becomes a UFA. My guess is Filipkowski develops on the bench for 2 years and then takes over for Poeltl. 7 foot, 248, played with both power forward and center, the 4 and 5. He can hit shots from everywhere. Great rebounder, improved as a passer, but I still don't see. He's more of an asset as a defender than a liability, but you'd like to see him showcase quicker foot speed and reaction time when defending. That was the issue coming out of his freshman year. That's still the issue now. I don't think he's a horrible defender, but he's not an incredible defender either. But the good news for him is he's going to a situation where he'll have 2 years to develop into a starter. He can come off the bench early and he'll develop, and he'll have 2 years where he can develop. Yeah, Filipkowski is closer to Sean Bradley, Shane Battier, Christian Laettner than he is to Shaq and some of the guys you mentioned.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. Christian Laettner ain't a bad player if that's what you want to get to. Because remember, he was the only college player on the Dream team.
Yeah.
And
Shaq thought Laettner was going to be the number 1 pick in his draft year. Because even though Shaq was happy to go number 1 to Orlando, he was also kind of surprised because he felt like Christian Laettner was the best player in college basketball. He's very humble about being the number 1 pick, whereas now there's this expectation you go number one if you're in college, you're in NIL. Some of the athletes in the Gen Z era are cockier than the athletes in the 90s. So I get it. I do.
Well, I will also give credit to Shaq's mother for that, because she was a Navy wife, and she raised Shaq as humble as you could be. He was, until he made those rap albums, even after he made those rap albums, he was the most humble person you'll ever find. He would always, except against Charles Barkley, he would always say he's better than Charles Barkley. But otherwise, he would always give everybody else credit. He was always so humble. And he would always think everybody else is better than him. Except Charles Barkley. Which amazes me about how they have such great chemistry on inside the NBA, because
Yeah, I've got an idea. There's a video, there's a 41-minute video on YouTube of every Charles Barkley joke where he disrespects the city of San Antonio. If I don't know how, if we watch that video in its entirety, I'm not sure how long we could go without laughing, Joey. That'd be a great idea for a game show, but like, yeah, the big old women in San Antonio, and Shaq's just chuckling like he's laughing his ass off. And then Ernie Johnson's like, why, oh, why do you have to drive Shaq down this path of destruction? The Ernie Johnson narration on that is the best part of the joke. Yeah.
It is amazing how it happened, and kudos to Ernie through all of his personal problems and everything, always keeping that positive attitude. For those who don't know, because they're younger, Ernie did go through cancer, and they weren't sure he was going to make it, and he made a full recovery. For him to do what he's done over the years, and how much of a disgrace it is that the NBA did not pick up.
Yeah, Barkley's retiring after the season because nobody picked up inside the NBA. Barkley's just said he's going to retire after next season, which sucks because.
You didn't hear what I heard. I heard that Charles and Shaq are talking about starting a new NBA channel. I'm not sure whether it's going to be on YouTube or whatever, but they're talking about bringing the game back for a new channel somewhere, somehow, inside the NBA. May not be inside the NBA, but they're talking about bringing that back. So that's something for anybody who loves inside the NBA like myself to look forward to, because if Charles and Shaq have their way, they may be retiring from mainstream media, but there are other types of media these days. So,
Independent media, YouTube. Yeah. And with Filipkowski, he'll defend well against the power forward, but he struggles to defend against centers at the 5. So that's the other thing with him. He struggled against Baycott, the North Carolina center, but I do think he could start away on a team like the Knicks or Washington. But if Toronto takes him, he's going to play off the bench, and then he'll probably replace Podol. But yeah, that's the gist with Filipkowski. Yeah.
He's going to struggle against stronger guys.
Yeah.
Power forward these days, they're not exactly Karl Malone and Kevin Willis. So power forward these days, they're going to be easier to defend.
Yeah.
If he gets into a pro weight room, gets a little bit of muscle, then we may see a little bit of a difference.
Yeah. Kel'el Ware is the player I mocked the Cavs. Center, Indiana. He's a sophomore center at Indiana. Started out at Oregon, transferred to Indiana. That is the highest draft pick the Cavs have worked out, Joey. According to Hoops Hype, they have a list of all the players teams brought in for individual workouts. I could refresh the list, but Kel'el Ware is the highest graded player they've worked out. And, I think this was Garland's worst season, but I'd say he has one strike. I don't think he has 2 strikes or 3 strikes. I think he only has 1 strike. So,
I think he has, but at this point, I'm looking at the Cavs. I'm saying the reason they didn't beat Boston outside of the Allen situation, they don't have a small forward.
they have Max Struss. He was a shooting guard that they moved to the wing. That's basically their starting small forward, Max Struss. He averaged 10 points a game in the regular season. I'm not saying don't draft a small forward, but the only first round player the Cavs have worked out. Now, I can refresh Hoops Hype, see if this list has been updated since I've done the NBA mock, but as of Tuesday or Wednesday,
Well, the problem with Struss was they put him in the corner and said make something of it when Struss was better. Struss is probably the best shooting the three off balance in the NBA. He would catch, he would shoot about squaring up, and he would hit the shot.
yeah.
And that's what he was known for before coming to the Cavs. They put him out of position.
Yeah, the only player the Cavs at a private workout with that has a first round grade is Kel'el Ware, Indiana center. And I'm mocking him for 20 for 2 reasons. One, he had a perfect score of 100 out of 100 at the NBA Combine. And 2, he's the highest ranked prospect of a private workout with the Cavs. And if you're in a situation where Jarrett Allen gets injured, you'll have a big off the bench who can come in and step up to complement Evan Mobley. And here's the thing. My track record with the Cavs in mock drafts is exceptional. Not only did I mock Evan Mobley at 3, I had Ochai Agbaji, the Kansas shooting guard, citing Colin Sexton's salary as a big reason for Sexton to be a sign-and-trade candidate, which he was to Utah in the Donovan Mitchell trade. So I am 2 for 2 on my last 2 Cavs first-round picks. I've got the Cavs traded their 2023 first to the Pacers. I've got Kel'el Ware going to Cleveland here. You can develop him for a few years. He might be ready by 2026 because looking at Kel'el Ware, 15.9 points a game, 9.9 rebounds, 1.5 assists, 1.9 blocks, really stepped up after going from Oregon into Indiana. He has the short range, medium range, long range. You want a shooter. He's great at defending, high pointing the basketball, using his athleticism to wow NBA scouts. The big knock on Ware is he's not physically imposing as a defender. And going to Cleveland as a bench player behind Mobley and Allen allows him to develop his upper body strength and become more physically imposing. So if you don't want to bring back Allen in 2026, he'll be ready to start at the 4 or the 5. If you move Mobley to the 5, he can play the 4. If you keep Mobley at the 4, he can play the 5. But here's the thing. Kel'el Ware at 7 foot, 242 pounds. He is 2 inches bigger than Evan Mobley. He's 2 inches taller than Evan Mobley. So that's the thing. This is if you don't move Garland. If you move Garland, you go point guard. But I don't think there's a small forward on the board at 20. So I'm looking at this from, okay.
I'm not sure if you take off
Nikola Topic, he's off the board. He went to Portland at 14.
No, not Topic. It's
I don't know. Nikola Jaric. I don't even think I put him in my mock. I'm looking to see. It says Hope International Royals guard. It says Hill Royals. I'm looking at Nikola Jaric, Hope International. There's no information on him. What? Nikola Jaric, it shows Joker. I typed in Jaric and Joker. The Nuggets center's the first thing that pops up on Google.
I'm not sure how that's the same, but Google. I've been looking at the NBA draft to try to keep track of the players that you've been naming off, but this guy is like, he's not refined. He's got
Khalil Ware isn't refined from a physicality standpoint. He has the shooting you want, and he's great at high pointing the basketball on steals and blocked shots, and using his vertical jump, using his athleticism to wow scouts. But as far as guarding players in one-on-ones, he lacks the physicality you want in the low post when guarding in the paint. And that's the thing with where he's got to fix. I believe I have him in the second round because that name, I believe I have him in the second round. Nikola Jaric. Yeah, I do. I remember mocking him in the second round. I think I have him going off the board at 41 because KK, I had two players on. I had Nikola Topic's teammate going in the second round very early. I'm looking at the. I'm looking here. 41, Nikola Djuric. Nikola Djurisic. Djurisic. Nikola Djurisic. I believe that's the player you're referring to. 6'7", 210, 220 pounds, small forward. Mega Bamex. Yeah, I said he's got the floor of a backup and the ceiling of a starter, but he's very raw. Very raw. That's why I think he falls to round 2. Here's what's crazy, Joey. The Cavs have not worked out a single international player. They have not. All the players they've worked out are college players. They've worked out a bunch of players outside the U.S., but they're all college players like Johnny Furphy, Adam Bona, Pele Larson. They're college players that they've worked out. Pretty much. Yeah. Khalil Ware's the only first-round prospect they've worked out. So I went with him at 20. Not really. Strauss is not a liability. He averaged over 10 points a game. You can upgrade over him, but he's not a liability. He's upgradable, but I wouldn't say he's a liability.
They're playing on moving him back to shooting guard. They didn't.
But they have Donovan Mitchell at shooting guard, so
They're bringing him off the bench because they know they need Mitchell to be healthy. They can't have
the only first-round small forward they worked out is Jalen Tyson, and I have Tyson going to Milwaukee as a shooting guard. He's more of a wing. Same could be said with Furphy. So I feel like they're going to stick with Struss at small forward for now and get a player off the bench.
this discussion really makes me interested because it kind of goes with what are the Cavs going to do?
I'll read through a list of all the players they've worked out. Ware's the highest, then they had Furphy, then they have Jalen Tyson, Adam Bona, center, Pele Larson, the Arizona shooting guard, second-round pick, Enrique Freeman, who I have a mid to late second on. They've worked him out. They've worked out Antonio Reeves. Those are all the draftable players they've worked out. The UDFAs they've worked out include Boogie Ellis, USC senior, Armando Bacot, North Carolina center, Jamison Battle, Ohio State small forward, Darius Brown, Utah State point guard, DJ Burns, the NC State power forward, took him to the Final Four. Jim Nagy thought he might get drafted in the NFL. DJ Burns, the Cavs have worked out DJ Burns. Talon Cooper, South Carolina point guard. Not just my mock draft, but in the Hoops Hype rankings that USA Today posts. He is an undrafted free agent.
I know you don't smoke, but I'm wondering, are they high? I'm not sure about you.
I was on the fence about putting him in at 60. Honestly, I was on the fence about putting him at 60. I didn't go through with it, but I was on the fence with him. I like him. I just don't know if he'll get picked.
Yeah. Because I can understand you a little bit. You probably had your reasons. But these guys, I would like to know what they're smoking. Because I don't know them. Well, you probably had your reasons. You can explain them. These guys I'm not so sure about. So,
Other UFAs they brought in for workouts. Quinn Ellis, Tristan Anura, Cleveland State small forward. They brought in the Cleveland State small forward as a UDFA for a workout. KJ Jones out of Emmanuel, J. Dion Lee, the San Diego State power forward. Tyrese Samuel, Florida power forward. Emmanuel Miller, TCU small forward. So there's a few guys they've worked out. I believe the Cavs only have one draft pick. I could be wrong on that, but I think the Cavs only have 20. And that's it. I think 20 is the only pick the Cavs have.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think they only have a first round pick.
So I think they're going to go best player on their board, or they're going to trade down and get multiple picks because the Pacers own their second round pick from the trade the Cavs made last year. The Pacers own that pick as well. So yeah. Because I'll be honest with you, I was looking at two players for the Cavs here. The first was Ware. The other player I was looking at was a sleeper my friend Jordan Alexander told me about. A point guard on there's a point guard on UC Berkeley, a Jay Mitchell. He's averaging 20 points a game. He looks like a better shooter than Nikola Topic. And I like Topic's short range and long range, but I think Topic's got to fix his mid range and his defense. That's why I have him at 14. That and the injuries are why I have Topic at 14. But a Jay Mitchell looks like a better shooter than Topic. Sleeper player on UC Santa Barbara. If the Cavs trade Garland, before the draft, I would be looking at a Jay Mitchell. But the Cavs did not bring him in for a workout. And a Jay Mitchell, really good shooting point guard. Great facilitator, great shooter. Yeah. And the best point guard the Cavs worked out was Boogie Ellis, who's an undrafted free agent. That's the best point guard they worked out. So I don't think they're trading Garland. Just based on the intel I'm seeing, they're going to keep their core four, and they're likely probably going to get Ware for depth off the bench. Yeah. I believe it's going to be Garland because what Garland's agent's telling him, Garland's agent is saying, you, Darius Garland, are the highest paid guard on the team. That makes you the alpha male guard and Donovan Mitchell the beta male guard as far as we, the agency, are concerned, because they want him to keep getting paid what he's getting paid. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. You can stick around, Darius, but you're the complimentary guy, and you have to embrace that. You can still contribute, you can still take over games, you can still dominate, but you're the complimentary guy. And I think it's going to be, I think there's really two trade candidates for Garland, the New Orleans Pelicans and the Toronto Raptors, since Immanuel Quickley's an RFA and he's good friends with Donovan Mitchell. I think Toronto and New Orleans are the two candidates that would be most likely to trade for Garland. But it's not like Garland's a liability. He hasn't done enough to assert himself as an asset, but I don't really view him as a liability either. Yeah. I ultimately think the Cavs are going to run it back with their starting five. They're going to keep the starting five, and they're just going to use this pick on a depth player. And if they do, it'll be Ware, in my opinion, because you can develop him into a starter by 2026 if you fix his physicality. Well, the one guy Donovan Mitchell wished a happy birthday to on Instagram is Immanuel Quickley. He is a point guard on the Toronto Raptors, and he's also an RFA. So, sign and trade with Toronto, that's kind of the vibe I'm picking up, is that if Garland gets moved, we're going to see a sign and trade with Toronto, where the Cavs give up 19 and 20. The Cavs give up Garland and 20, but they get 19, a 2025 first quickly, and maybe one future second round pick or one other asset from Toronto. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting if we see a sign and trade, because I could see Mitchell pounding the table for Quickley. I could see him pounding the table for Immanuel Quickley if Garland gets moved. Yeah. Yeah, Donovan Mitchell. Yeah, he likes Quickley. So I think Quickley's a sign and trade candidate if Garland gets moved. And the other team is the Pelicans. I'm not sure what the Pelicans would be willing to give up to get Garland. That's the thing. And speaking of the Pelicans, they're on the clock at 21. So we'll get to them, and then we can have a... They do have 21, but the Pelicans, they have CJ McCollum at point guard. They have Herbert Jones at shooting guard / small forward. They get Brandon Ingram at shooting guard / small forward. I've heard from Bleacher Report that an Ingram for Garland trade could be in the works. You'd upgrade the 3 at small forward, but you'd lose your point guard if you did that. Then you'd have to address point guard. And you have Zion at power forward, but Jonas Valanciunas is a free agent. Yev's Missy, I think he's a plug-and-play starter at center. His ceiling is limited, but he's a floor player. He's got enough of a floor to be a day one starter for the Pelicans. And from what I've heard from my friend Mitch Paps, who's a Saints Pelicans fan in Louisiana, the Pelicans are going center at 21. So Yev's Missy, Baylor center, to the... he commands double teams on short-range shots in the paint. Great at dunking and posing as well. I have Missy going to the Pelicans at 21. All right. 22, I've got the Phoenix Suns going at Jay Mitchell, UC Santa Barbara. They have Devin Booker moving from shooting guard to point guard. Bradley Beal's the shooting guard. Brayson Allen's the wing at small forward. Kevin Durant's the power forward. And Nurkic is the center. You have a good starting 5, but depth is needed. You traded Chris Paul away. You got swept by Minnesota. A Jay Mitchell, a pure point guard, has the shooting, has the passing, has the rebounding. It's going to need to improve defensively. Could go as high as 20 to the Cavs, as low as 38. Jordan told me about Jay Mitchell. He is much better than advertised. Also, Phoenix did bring him in for a private workout. I've got a Jay Mitchell going to the Suns here at 22, the UC Santa Barbara point guard. It was more like 3 years ago, because they made the NBA Finals the 1 seed, then they had the 1 seed again, and they lost to the Mavericks. Because this is the thing, the NBA, we have not gotten a good NBA matchup with 2 starting 5s since Golden State, Boston in 22. In 2021, even though 2022 was a good NBA Finals, it did not have the star power or excitement level of 2021. Even though it was a good NBA Finals, it really didn't have that traction, because I think people are tired of Boston. They're also tired of Golden State. That's why it didn't have that same level of traction. Whereas Milwaukee and Phoenix were both new teams at the time to the NBA Finals. They traded away Chris Paul, who was a bench player in Golden State. But I've heard if D'Angelo Russell opts out of his contract to player option, the Lakers are going to make a trade for Chris Paul. And Chris Paul would be playing with LeBron as a starter and Anthony Davis next year. So... to be fair, Devin Booker did well at point guard after dominating at shooting guard for many years. Booker did well at point guard transitioning, but they got swept by Minnesota. That's the other big caveat. Well, they traded for both Durant and Bradley Beal. So their thought process was, you know what? We can just move Devin Booker to point guard where Chris Paul plays. He'll have the same impact since he's a natural scorer and passer. That's and a Jay Mitchell would give you a floor general for the second team, as well as someone who could be an eventual starter when you get rid of Beal and move Booker back to the 2 at shooting guard where he plays profiles better. That's why I went to Jay Mitchell. And speaking of the Bucks, they have number 23. I'm going Jalen Tyson here. You've got Lillard at point guard, Middleton at small forward, Giannis at power forward, Brook Lopez at center. I think you got to get a shooting guard that's better than Malik Beasley. I mean, if Milwaukee cannot win the season, since Beasley was the weak link of a really good starting 5, so yeah, Beasley was the weak link in Milwaukee's starting 5. So you fix that area of the team, and you get Jalen Tyson out of Cal here. 6'6", 215, can play the 2 or 3, he can play 10 to 15 minutes a game off on the bench behind Middleton, but he could also end up starting right away at shooting guard. He's got the floor of a G League player and the ceiling of a day 1 starter, which makes him a tricky evaluation depending on how he develops in camp for the Milwaukee Bucks. He has the shot shooting you want, short range, medium range, long range. The rest of his game is a project. Passing is a project. Defense is a project. Rebounding is a project. Steals are a project. So he's got the shooting, has to develop everything else. Yep. Yeah. 19.6 points per game. Yeah. Knicks have 24 and 25 thanks to the trade they made with the Mavs. But yeah, I've got the Knicks taking Ade Mara. I loved Mara's tape at the beginning of the year. Even though he only played 9 minutes a game at UCLA, I watched his tape in Spain. He blew me away with his shooting and defense on film, and the Knicks need a center around out that starting 5. I think he can score 10 points a game just based on what I've seen on tape, despite a low volume of him at UCLA. So I have Ade Mara going to the Knicks here to complement Brunson, Dante DiVincenzo, OJ Anunoby, and Julius Randle. I've been saying for 5 years the Knicks need to get a center to round out the starting 5. So, 5 years I've been preaching that message, and the Knicks still haven't figured it out yet. If I'm telling a team how to do their job for 5 years, telling them the same thing they got to do to fix their team for 5 years, and they're still not doing it, that just reflects really poorly on the organization, because you're doing just enough to win games, make the playoffs, but you're not taking that next step. Mitchell Robinson, their 2018 second-round pick, is the starting center, but he's only averaging like 7 to 9 points a game. You can do better than Mitchell Robinson.
My thought process here, something I was joking around people at work at was, you know what? The only time the New York Knicks, outside of Bernard King and Oscar Robinson, were ever any good was when they had a Hall of Fame center. And now they got this great roster, but they ain't got anybody inside that can do crap. They can't do shit inside.
And a lot of Knicks fans are like, we don't need a center to win the NBA Finals. We can just draft the best player available. We don't need a center to win the NBA Finals. Wrong. Wrong on so many levels.
I can't blame Knicks fans for that because that's the thing that the NBA's been shoving down people's throats for the last decade. You don't need big men. You just need these guys that can shoot from 40 feet away. And I'm sitting here and like, I've been covering the NBA for 30 years. Was, on this broadcast, over TV or scouting the players over. But you don't have big men. You suck. Okay? So I don't blame Knicks fans. Because they believe what the NBA's been telling them. Because what the NBA tells them is what these young ends up being what these young kids want to believe and work their way into, which gives the NBA the game they want today. And what it is. But the bottom line is, if you don't have that big man inside, at least one of them, maybe even two of them, more importantly, two of them, you're not going to win. And that's where the Knicks are.
Yeah.
You got everything else, you don't have the big man.
Yeah. So I've got a Damara going here.
History, it has big men, but not the rest, which is an absolute abomination.
Yep.
So I'm glad you at least are taking care of the situation.
Yep. I've got Isaiah Collier going to the Knicks at 25. There's a lot of people that have Collier in the lottery. I don't. He passes well, defends well against other point guards that play the one. The only limitation was coming out of high school, he seemed dependent on making short-range shots. And he really didn't improve his medium-range or long-range game in high school. And his defense got worse at USC compared to what it was in high school. And he really didn't correct many of his weaknesses. There's a lot of people that are saying Collier's a lottery pick. I don't see it, frankly. The mid-range and long-range were weaknesses with Collier coming out of high school. He didn't really fix that at the collegiate level. And his defense got worse at college compared to high school. So,
Well, the big thing with Collier is he's good at driving to the rim. The big thing with him is he's got really quick hands.
yeah.
Okay? And that's the thing with a lockdown guard. Is that you may not keep up with everybody, you may get a lot of steals.
Yeah, and you can bring him off the bench behind Jalen Brunson. The rest of his game might improve. And if you're in a situation where Jalen Brunson gets injured in Game 7 against the Pacers, maybe if you have Isaiah Collier, maybe you don't lose as badly. Or maybe you win that game because you had the depth at point guard. So that's kind of the thought process with Collier here.
It's like back in the day, the Seattle Supersonics had Gary Payton, but who was the dude that nobody ever talked about that they had? Nate McMillan. Their defender had quick hands. He got them turnovers. And if you can get those turnovers and he can, regain the rest of that defense and just be a good fortunal, he could be a great six man and a great backup point guard. And he can stick around for 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Because whenever you take your starter out, you are going to have drop off.
Mm-hmm.
If his ceiling is Nate McMillan, that ain't a bad ceiling.
That isn't. speaking of the Wizards, they get a center to round out their starting five. With the pace, this was originally the Pacers pick, but you know what? Wizards use this pick. And they get N'Faly Dante from Oregon, 17 points a game with the Oregon Ducks. I'm looking at him as a player that could really step up to the plate here for I know there's a grammar error. I'm just trying to pinpoint where. Oh, I forgot to add an E in field goal percentage. That's really bad. But yeah, I've got him going to the Wizards here at 26. 27 was a pick I ended up keeping from my November mock. Bobby Klintman, international player for the Timberwolves. He Yeah, he is. I think he could give the Wizards another starter right out of the gate, and you can develop that number 2 pick. So if you take Rasacher at 2, you can take Dante at 26 if you miss out on Sarr, and you'll have. But Washington's in an interesting spot. They have Denny Avdija. They have Kyle Kuzma. I don't think they want to move either one of those forwards, but at the same time, Rasacher, if he starts out as a bench player, you want him to become something more by year 2 or year 3 if you're drafting him number 2 overall. Yep. And I got Bobby Klintman here. I mean, the Timberwolves, Mike Conley Jr., Edwards, they've got Jaden McDaniels and Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. So I have Bobby Klintman going to Minnesota as a backup to Jaden McDaniels. He can develop for a year. And that's kind of who I think he could take over for McDaniels down the road at small forward once he develops. Denver Nuggets, they get Terrence Shannon Jr. They need a shooting guard now because Kentavious Caldwell-Pope used the player option to opt out of his contract. So now Denver needs a starter. They did draft Justin Strother at 29 last year, but they bring in a guy to compete with Strother. I have Terrence Shannon Jr., Illinois shooting guard here. He was falsely accused of rape charges, but he was found not guilty last week. So, that puts him back in that top 25 territory that he was in before the trial, before he was accused of rape. Now that he's been found not guilty, he's getting more individual workouts with teams closer to the NBA draft. I think he's a far better defender than Justin Strother, who's a horrible defender despite being a good shooter at Gonzaga. So I have Terrence Shannon Jr. going to Denver at 28. 23 points a game, 4 rebounds, 2.3 assists, 1 steal. Senior player, could be a day one starter on the Denver Nuggets. And he complements Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, and Joker quite well in the Denver Nuggets. 6'6", 225. You want to say anything about Terrence Shannon Jr., Joey? Yep. Mm-hmm. And he can defend against every position. The 1 at point guard, 2 at shooting guard, 3 at small forward, 4 at power forward, 5 at center. He can start and be the number 5 or number 4 scoring option on the team that drafts him. With Joker, Jamal Murray, they're the 1 and 2 scoring options. I think Porter and Gordon are the 3 and 4 scoring options. So not only is he a day one starter, he can be the number 5 scoring option on Denver. So this is a perfect fit for Terrence Shannon Jr. here. Hopefully it does, but it feels like there's something like this every year with a player now, and it's not their fault. It just sort of happens. Yeah. Yep. Agreed. All right, we're now at 126 listeners. Thank you guys so much. 2 more picks left in round 1, and then I will quickly get through some of these round 2 picks. There's like 5 or 6 guys that I could see being starters, which is more than I've had in any NBA draft I've covered. So that's why I say it's a deeper class, even though it's kind of weak at the top at number 1. compared to other drafts in professional sports. But outside of Deron Holmes, the only prospect I saw in the interview that blew me away is Tyler Kolek, the Marquette point guard. He really, when NBA teams questioned his defense, he went into detail how he had a +4 rating against opponent's best player for medium range shots, really went into detail on that. And he's quite the playmaker. He can develop into a replacement for Jordan Clarkson. It's possible that he starts by the 2026 trade deadline if Clarkson gets dealt before then. But yeah, I do have Kolek going to Utah at 29. And then Boston at 30. They've got Holiday at point guard, White at shooting guard, Brown at small forward, Tatum at power forward, Porzingis at center. I do think Carlton Carrington, the Pitt point guard, has a higher ceiling than Peyton Pritchard. But also nicknamed Bub Carrington. He was a point guard on the Celtic. He was a point guard on the Pitt Panthers basketball team. And I really believe Carrington could be an impact player for the Boston Celtics here at 30. And, I think he's got to refine his decision-making to defense to a degree, but you put him in a situation where he can shoot from wherever, he can defend the 1 and 2 at point guard. He's still got to refine his defense to a degree and his passing, but he's learning under a veteran like Drew Holiday, which is literally the perfect player for Carrington to learn under. And you also get your point guard of the future down the road. He does he's got the floor of a bench player. His ceiling is a high-end starter. He reminds me of D'Angelo Russell. He also shows flashes of Marcus Smart with a lower floor and higher ceiling. If he learns under Holiday, he has a much greater chance of reaching his ceiling and becoming a high-end starter by the time Drew Holiday moves on from Boston or retires. So, yeah, I've got Carlton Carrington, 13.8 points, 5.2 rebounds, 4.1 assists, 41.2 field goal percentage, 32.2 three-point percentage, 78.5 free throw percentage as a true freshman at Pitt, going to Celtics at 30 to wrap up round 1. Anything you want to say on that pick before we get to round 2? Since I know the Celtics are your favorite NBA team, Joey. Agreed. I mean, it's really about the fit there. And, I'm not sure this is a tough move to make. Sorry, I'm kind of, it's my turn in the chess game with Jason. I am winning. I've got 4 pawns, a knight, a bishop, his queen. He's got 3 pawns, a knight, and my queen. So I have an extra pawn and bishop compared to Jason. He's in a position where he can either take my 5th pawn or my knight unless I provide protection for one of those pieces. I can also move my bishop into position to attack his rook, but I'm thinking let's move the bishop diagonally across from the knight, because then the knight will have protection from both the bishop and the rook. That is a good move. I'd like to get the bishop on the black squares out there pretty soon. I could have put my bishop. I could have used my bishop to put him in check, but I didn't do that. I'll do that next turn. Oh, no, I wouldn't have, because he would have just moved his bishop backward and taken my piece. But yeah, I don't want to get on a chess rant. Let's get to round 2 here. But yeah, Carlton Carrington's a good fit for the Celtics at 30. On to round 2 here. Last round. Toronto at 31. I'm going with a power forward to replace Olynyk down the road. Jonathan Mogbo. He's a senior on the San Francisco Dons basketball team. I saw his interview. He models his passing after Draymond Green. He also models his game around Scotty Barnes, the shoot small forward on Toronto, and combo forward PJ Washington, who played both small forward and power forward. I would say Mogbo's floor is PJ Washington. His ceiling is Draymond Green, with a Scotty Barnes type player that can take the NBA storm and win Rookie of the Year as a second-round pick. That's kind of... I think Mogbo does have first-round talent, but he fell to the round 2. He's the most consistent player in the draft in terms of double-doubles. He had at least 15 double-doubles where he had 10 points, 10 rebounds. He had 5 additional games with either 10 points, 9 rebounds, or 9 points, 10 rebounds. So you're looking at a player who had at least 9 or 10 rebounds along with 9 or 10 points in 20 of their 34 games on San Francisco. I believe there's consistency and there's consistency in spades. I believe Mogbo is consistency in spades, but I understand if people feel like I'm overhyping him. But Mogbo, in the interview process, he talked about his motor. He talked about how he doesn't want to be like everyone else, how he wants to be a great basketball player, even though he's got the body to play the 3 and the 4 at 6'7", 217. He was used as San Francisco center on some plays at the 5. And that's one of the things he brought up in the interview process. He also brought up the fact that he was looking at ball handlers' eyes when defending and how he likes to time his shots when shot blocking. So I thought, and he also emphasized the importance of foot speed, using fast feet while defending against players that had much bigger size. Because someone asked him how you defend the Joel Embiids, the Jokers, the star centers in this league with your size. And he said, foot speed. I've got to use my foot speed. So he's a guy. He also described himself as an energy guy. This is the one guy that fell the second round that stood out in the interview process and stood out in a big way. So I think he comes off the board here. I think Toronto can get a starting small power forward next to Filipkowski if they develop him to take over for Olynyk in 2026. There have only been a handful of gems in the second round. Just from a talent standpoint, I think this is one of them. And those 9 second-round gems from 2012 to now include Draymond Green, Chris Middleton, who was a second-round pick with the Pistons, got cut by them, signed with Milwaukee, Nikola Jokic, Norman Powell from the 2015 NBA draft. He was on the Raptors, won a finals with the Raptors. Malcolm Brogdon, Dylan Brooks. I had a first-round grade on Dylan Brooks, but he was a player. Mitchell Robinson and Jalen Brunson were second-round picks in 2018. Trey Jones was Spurs' 2020 second-round pick out of Duke, and Andrew Nembhard, the Pacers' 22 second-round pick. So those few players, all of those players, Joey, are guys who, made it as second-round picks. So looking at the NBA draft, they've had 9 starters, 5 NBA All-Stars out of 360 players, 4 NBA champions, and 1 NBA Finals MVP out of 360 second-round picks from now to 2012. Those are the numbers. So there's a 3% chance you'll get a starter. I believe 4 divided by 360 is 1%, but I'll double check. Yeah, it's 1%. So there's a 1% probability you get an NBA champion. One. Yeah. So looking at this, I would say just looking at where some of these players are projected to go, I really like how he stood out. So Mogbo came off the board at 31. Kevin McCullough Jr., he was the alpha on the Kansas Jayhawks basketball team, led them in points per game this year, 18.3. I had a preseason first round grade on McCullough Jr., and he is the guy who comes off the board here for the Utah Jazz at 32 as a backup to Colin Sexton. The other play I could see, and there's people that think there's other people that think McCullough Jr. is going to have an instant impact. So outside of Mogbo, McCullough Jr. feels like the only true instant impact guy. So I have the Jazz taking him as a Colin Sexton backup here at 32. And maybe he develops into a starter by the time Colin Sexton's contract is up. 33, I've got Dylan Jones here. There's reports that Middleton's unhappy with being the number 3 scorer behind Giannis and behind Lillard. The thing is, there's not a center worth drafting here at this point in round 2, and that's the thing. Damian, because for many years, Middleton was the number 2 scorer on Milwaukee. But after the Bucks traded for Lillard, he became the number 3 scorer, and he's unhappy with being the number 3 scorer. So I like Bobby Portis, but Middleton had opportunities to be the number 2 scorer when Giannis was injured against the Pacers, and things didn't materialize, even with Lillard. I think the reason Middleton feels this way is because he's already got his championship. He already has his championship. So his thought process is, I'm entitled to be the number 2 guy. You've got Giannis and Lillard who are both better than you. You're not entitled, Middleton. It's ego. So I'm drafting a small forward here to be your successor as well as your eventual replacement. And I went with Dylan Jones out of Weber State. He made 86.7% of his free throws. 20.8 points per game. His specialty is playmaking the basketball. He passes the basketball like a quarterback in football. He interviewed really well. He talked about switching the play whenever you can. If the bigs are defending mid-range, you want to go in for the layup and switch things up, use misdirection. He talked about just needing an angle to get to the basket. I don't think he stood out as much as some of the other guys they interviewed, but he had a good interview. I could see him as a successor to Middleton, and you have to get a successor to Middleton. If he's talking about being unhappy as the number 3 guy, and Giannis is injured and he gets an opportunity to be the number 2 guy and he doesn't deliver, you have to look. You're at the point where Middleton's in his 30s now. You have to look at a successor to him. You don't have to replace him right now, but you're at the point where you got to start looking at that. I think Dylan Jones a good fit for the Bucks here at 33.
Just replace the arrogant prick, okay? That's my thought process. You're so arrogant that you think that you should be in front of two of the best players.
Not Giannis, but Lillard. That's basically what he said, reportedly.
Oh, so you think you should be ahead of the best clutch player in the last 20 years?
Well, Lillard's been in the league since 2012. Lillard and Middleton were both in the 2012 NBA draft. Lillard was a lottery pick. You were a second-round pick that got cut by the Pistons and picked up by Milwaukee. But because you have a championship and Lillard doesn't, you think that gives you more of a say in the room. That's basically what Middleton's...
Lillard is one of the best players of the last 30 years, and he's still going at a high level. If you are upset that you are number 3, take a hike, bitch, because you ain't there. You got two of the best players of the last 20 years in front of you. Be happy with your spot.
Basically, the thought process by Milwaukee's front office here is you want to be a number 2, you can be a number 2 on another team. You want to be a number 3 to Giannis and Lillard, great. Shut up, get the fuck out of my office. That's probably the thought process of Milwaukee's front office, and that's kind of the thought process and vibe I'm getting from Joey. It is. It's like... It was. But yeah. Cam Christie, the Minnesota shooting guard, I have him going to Portland. I'm not even sure he'd start out in the NBA because Portland has a good starter and backup. He'd have to compete with Matthias Thybulle for the backup job. Cam Christie's the younger brother of Max Christie. So, that's... I gave the Spurs Trey Alexander as a backup shooting guard for Devin Vassell. Tyler Smith of Ignite in the G League is a first-round prospect. He fell to the Indiana Pacers at 36. Halliburton, Mathurin, Nesmith, Pascal Siakam, Miles Turner. You have Andrew Nembhard and Jarris Walker. So I'm not exactly sure where Tyler Smith would fit in with the Pacers. He might end up going to the G League's Indiana Mad Ants. Minnesota, they ended up getting KJ Simpson, the Colorado point guard. He's the only point guard that I could see becoming a successor to Conley in the second round. Number 38, the Knicks. Baylor Shireman ends up falling to 38. So, yeah, and Baylor Shireman could be a Max Struss bench player that develops into a starter over time. But yeah, Baylor Shireman, he goes to the Knicks here to back up OJ Anunoby. Some think he's going to play the 2 at shooting guard, but he has the long range you covet along with experience. He struggles on contested shots, struggles as a passer, struggles to defend against strong forwards, and struggles to defend in pick and roll. All of this screams backup. Everybody's saying Baylor Shireman's going to be the steal in the late first round. He has the tape of a second-round player. I'm sorry, guys, but outside of his shooting, he really doesn't bring much to the table. Struggled on contested shots, struggles as a passer, struggles to defend against strong forwards, struggles to defend in pick and roll. He has the three-pointer you want, but nothing else is there. Shireman screams high-end backup. Okay? He just does. I'm sorry if that offends people, but, him and Trey Alexander were the 2 catalysts of Creighton's 2023 Final Four team. I get that, but I think Shireman's more of a backup than a starter from what I've seen on tape, Joey. Maybe you disagree. He's a senior. I do think he's good enough to get drafted, but from what I've seen on tape, I see more of a backup than a starter with Shireman. Baylor Shireman, small forward Creighton.
Shireman is borderline for me. He's not one of the guys that I think is special, but I think he is solid.
Yep. I agree with that. The Memphis Grizzlies got Johnny Furphy, the shooting guard out of Kansas, for depth at 39. Oso Ighodaro went to Portland. I'm not sure where he'd fit with Jeremiah Grant, Chris Murray. I'm not exactly sure where he'd fit. He might go to the Rip City Remix in the G League. Nikola Djuricic. I have him going to the 76ers at 41. So the Philadelphia 76ers got Jacoby Walter at 16, and they got Nikola Djuricic, player Joey recommended the Cavs draft at 20 here at 41. So they're a team that actually could land multiple starters in this draft, potentially, if they draft a shooting guard, small forward, and power forward with their two picks at 16 and 41. The 76ers are a team that could potentially end up getting two starters out of this draft. So that's the thing I'm looking at with the 76ers. And I just don't get how they're the third best team in the Eastern Conference according to Vegas odds. But that's what it is. So, you know,
The 76ers have a way to go. Have ways to go.
yeah.
But the big thing is with them, they've got guys I like. They get two starters out of this draft. They're not going to be a third seed. Maybe 10.
Basically, if the Sixers get two starters out of this draft, they can reload. They can reload. There won't be as big of a drop-off. Because right now, your power forward, your small forward, your shooting guard are all UFAs. And Maxey and RFA and Embiid are your only returning players. You have 5 players on this roster at the moment. And that's excluding Max. If you exclude Maxey, that's only 4 players on the roster. That's not going to cut it.
I'm thinking you nailed this. And you made it plays. Not saying you win the play-in, but you may be one of those people playing for a play-in.
Yeah. I love how Embiid's talking about how this is an NBA Finals team, but he's not even close on that. Basically, the Sixers would have to re-sign their core players, and they're already over the cap, draft well, just to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. And even if they got to the Eastern Conference Finals, they would lose to Boston. They would lose to Indiana. They would lose to Milwaukee. They would lose to Cleveland. Basically, if they re-sign their current starters and they draft good players at 16 and 41, they can be an Eastern Conference Finals team. But I think they would lose to Boston, Indiana, Milwaukee, or Cleveland if they got that far.
There's something for it. If Cleveland gets a good wing, they can move Spurs back to the bench, and Mitchell's back up, and re-sign Mitchell, and get a coach that's offensive-minded, they can be in the Eastern Conference Finals next year. So, to say that Philadelphia has a still more chance in hell against Cleveland, Boston, Miami, that is completely out of the picture. So, you're looking at potentially a loaded Eastern Conference. You're talking about the lowly Sixers.
Right now, the Sixers are the 7th best team, but them and the Knicks, I think, can move into the top 6 with good off seasons. But right now, the Sixers and Knicks are 7 and 8 for me in the East.
And you also can't dismiss Miami. That's a good team in the NBA.
I think if Miami gets Deron Holmes at 15, they could potentially move into that top 6. But the East has so many good teams with starting 5s. And then the teams at the bottom, if they're healthy, like the Pistons, the Hornets, if some of those teams are healthy, they can enter this conversation as well. Speaking of the Hornets, they're on deck. They get Antonio Reeves, a senior out of Kentucky. He shows flashes of Norman Powell. And honestly, this is a situation where if you draft Cleveland at 6 and you get Antonio Reeves in the second round, you could potentially end up with 2 starters if you're Charlotte. So, I mean, Norman Powell. Norman Powell. Norman Powell. Norman Powell, not Gomer. Norman, not Gomer. Norman. Norman Powell was a starting shooting guard on the Raptors team that won the 2019 NBA Finals. He's now with Kawhi Leonard on the Clippers. So if you could get a Norman Powell type player here at 42, that's good value. I said Norman. I've said that 50 times. I said Norman Powell. I never said Gomer. Gomer Powell sounds like one of those customizable NBA 2K players. Maybe NBA Street 2. Yeah, it's funny. Now that I'm looking back on it, I'm kind of laughing at myself a little. We're just going to acknowledge it and move on. We'll acknowledge the elephant in the room and we'll move on. But yeah, the shooting's there. I want to see Antonio Reeves develop as a passer and defender. But if you got a team that doesn't have a starting shooting guard on the board in the second round like Charlotte, Charlotte's a place where he could start right away and as a rookie. Miami Heat get Harrison Ingram from North Carolina. They're already stacked at small forward, but, you know, he played at North Carolina this year. He could learn under Jimmy Butler. That might be good for him. Rockets get Jamal Sheed. I do like Sheed, but the problem is there's really no room for him on this roster. Yeah. See, when I play chess, I try to take my opponent's pieces whenever they're unprotected. Jason's thought process in chess is different. He tries to get you in checkmate as quickly as possible. So that's the one thing I've noticed while playing Jason in chess is he tries to get you in checkmate as quickly as possible. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. It's about even right now. Both of our queens are off the board. I captured both of his bishops. He's captured both of my knights, 1 bishop. I have 1 of his 2 knights. I have 4 of his pawns. He has 3 of my pawns. So I'm technically ahead by 1 pawn at the moment. But one of my pawns is unprotected, and if he captures it, the game is tied, basically. So both of us have both rooks on the board. He's moved my rooks. I haven't moved my rooks yet. into position where I can put him in check. He's got... Yeah, you can castle. And Jason didn't know you could move the queen and bishop and knight, and then do like a reverse castle where you occupy 3 spaces instead of 2. I taught him that. He did not know that. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, Jabal Sheed ends up going the Rockets at 44. 45, I've got the Sacramento Kings getting Keyshawn Johnson as a backup power forward to Keegan Murray. He played on San Diego State's championship team, that lost to Connecticut before transferring to Arizona. So I think he's a good fit here at 45. So yeah, I really like that fit. He's got the short range, long range passing, rebounding. He's got to do better job with mid-range shots and guarding defenders. Melvin Ajinka from St. Quentin ends up going to the Clippers. They have Westbrook, Norman Powell, Leonard, Paul George, Ivica Zubaka. Norman Powell, since Powell played a majority games off the bench, but he is capable of starting. Melvin Ajinka, he can score, but is probably a backup to Norman Powell if he makes this roster right out of the gate as a rookie. The Orlando Magic get PJ Hall out of Clemson. He's got the versatility to play the 3, 4, and 5. He's a nice depth piece regardless of where he's positioned. I like that pick. Enrique Freeman could start out in the G League and then take over for Zach Collins behind Jeremy Sochan. But Enrique Freeman goes to the Spurs at 48. Akron's power forward. All right. Yep. Because he gives Orlando bench depth regardless of where you put him. I get Enrique Freeman to the Spurs at 48. Pacers get Justin Edwards, the freshman in Kentucky that we had a first-round grade on back in the fall at 49. They also get Keyshawn George, who's a first-round prospect despite averaging under 10 points a game as a freshman at 50. The Wizards get Tristan Newton out of Connecticut here. He played 3 years at East Carolina. He transferred to Connecticut this past season. He has the short range, medium range, long range, passing, defending. He can defend the 1, 2, or 3. Most second round picks have a 3% probability of becoming an NBA starter. I would give Newton a 25% probability of becoming a starter. I'd say there's an 82% chance he's a backup point guard on the NBA team that drafts him. So I will take those odds all day at this point at 51. If you can get a player with a 25% starter probability at 51, this is good value for him.
Here's what I love about him. Newton has some of the best vision in the draft. He can find people. Just he is a wizard with all when it comes to maybe not the passes themselves, but being able to see where everything needs to go and getting the ball to where it needs to go. You can diagnose the rest of his game. He's a decent rebounder. He has decent size for a point guard. But the fact that he can see the floor maybe better than any other point guard in the draft, that is huge. Now, he doesn't have the shooting. He doesn't have a lot of the other things. But if you're looking for a backup point guard that can see your team and get the ball where it needs to be, this is a great fit.
Yeah, and he started at East Carolina, but he spent the last 2 years at Connecticut on both championship teams. And 80% free throw shooter, 10.1 points a game in 22-23, 15.1 this year.
And here's the thing. 80% free throw shooter.
Right now, the starting point guard on the Wizards is Tyus Jones. I don't hate Tyus Jones. I don't love him either. Really good floor player at point guard. I think Newton's ceiling's a little higher than Jones, but I don't think his floor is quite what Jones was either.
Yeah, but here's the thing with free throw percentage. In 1990, all the top free throw percentage shooters were well over 90%. Today, not so much. Free throws are a lost art. He can get his free throw percentage up to 90%. He can potentially be a 12 to 15 plus per game shooter, basically, because he hits 6 to 8 free throws a game. Guess what? Mark Price and Larry Bird, who are the greatest free throw percentage shooters in the game, a lot of their points came from the line, but they never mentioned the line. And you know what? They had very long and lucrative careers. Bird, obviously, everybody knows about. Mark Price, not so much. Mark Price was a damn good point guard, damn good shooter, and his free throw shooting had him around a career 17 points per game shooting. Even though he may not have been that good of a scorer. Free throw shooting, think about it. If you can get those free throws, a great free throw shooter, Mark Price probably should have been a 10 point per game for his career. He was around 17. Keep free throws in mind. Because it's long forgotten in this day and age.
And yeah. Okay. And Tristan Newton, his stuff is to be appreciated. And I do have a non-sports related tweet before I get to the Golden State Warriors pick at 52. Ralph Macchio just tweeted on this day in 1984, 40 years ago, the world met Daniel LaRusso. Happy 40th anniversary of the Karate Kid. He also just wrapped up the final season of Cobra Kai on Netflix, as well as the new Karate Kid movie. So both of those have just finished filming. Epic stuff on the way.
I miss Mr. Miami. One of the things I still use, Chris, I've used it on the podcast here.
Wax on, wax off. You when breaking down offensive linemen, wax off, wax on. I still remember that to this day. Wax on, wax off.
I broke that down for 10 minutes. It was something that was taught to me from an early age.
Yeah, because I love the old Karate Kid movies. When they did the Karate Kid reboot with Jackie Chan and Jaden Smith, I thought that was awful. And I remember Walter Football writing about that in Jerks of the Week. And then I remember watching the reboot on YouTube Red for the Cobra Kai series. I was like, wow, Johnny Lawrence is like a sensei now. This is kind of amazing. Let's see where this goes. So I subscribed for YouTube Red, and it ended up being one of the shows I fell in love with.
Well, with Cobra Kai, I think it was different because they took the original actors and they took that into account what they believed that the series should be. When that remake, it was just a completely random thing. I was like, God damn! I love James Smith. I love Jackie Chan. Obviously, everybody loves Jackie Chan.
May have been Will Smith. It may have been Will Smith. I don't know if it was Will Smith or Jackie Chan. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It wasn't good. The final product of the 2010 Karate Kid reboot was not a good product. That's the bottom line.
No, it was not. That's one of the things that I will say when it comes to a product, any product, whether it's books, if it's my book, Shadow Force, Dawn of Legacy, on Kindle, wherever Kindles are sold, Joseph Potter, or professional wrestling, or movies, or whatever. You can have any intention or story, and this goes from politics or anything else. Story, politics, whatever. Movies, the execution, following the execution. You can have the best idea on the planet, but if you do not execute that vision well, it will be the worst thing in the history of whatever you're trying to do. Eric Bischoff is somebody who I take a great deal of thought process from. Because you go through his success and failures through wrestling, through television, through everything he's done as a producer. And he said the biggest failure he had when he first started producing was the NWO angle, when he had a great start but he had no endings. If you have no endings, you have no execution. And that's one of the big things I took. You have to have a beginning, but you also have to have an end point. You have to have an end, and then you fill in the rest as you go. But the rest can change. If you don't have an end point, you have no execution.
Yeah.
The execution is the key. You have to be able to execute. That's all things.
Yep.
And once the execution is finalized, then you can fill in the rest to make sure you get to that end point and execute it properly. And so that's one thing is you guys out there listening are writers, want to be producers, have any dreams in sports or anything else. Remember, execution. You have to have a starting point, you have to have an end point, and then fill in the rest to make sure that that end point gets executed. It's all about the scenes and taking the proper steps. Okay, so there is life lessons for any wannabe creative professionals or sports professionals out there that may exist that are listening to us right now. Chris, how many of them are listening to us right now?
I'll get to that after we get to Golden State's pick, Cam Russell. Cam Spencer, Connecticut shooting guard. He is the younger brother of Golden State Warriors Pat Spencer on a two-way contract, and he discussed the importance of maintaining his balance. He interviewed well, but I also didn't exude a lot of confidence and energy. He's solid, not spectacular, but with Klay Thompson set to be UFA, Moses Moody would be the shooting guard, Wiggins, Kuminga would be the power forward, Draymond Green would be the center. Draymond Green did average under 10 points a game for the first time in his career. Yeah, but yes, Cam Spencer, 14.3 points a game. So there are some. I do like Cam Spencer. I don't love Cam Spencer, but I could see him working out as a bench player here. And I'll get to the numbers here. 134 now. So we've gained 8 new listeners since we were at 126. So 133 people on X, 1 on Twitch. We did have 1 on YouTube earlier. They're not on that anymore. But 133 of my 9,300 followers, 133 of my 9,300 followers on Twitter are actually tuning into the live stream. Joey and I appreciate it very much. But the one thing that stands out with Cam Spencer is his free throw shooting. 91.1% free throw percentage. Only player on Draft Utopia I've scouted in the past 13 NBA drafts from 2012 to 2020. From 2012 to 2024, this is the only player in the past 13 years with a 91% free throw percentage. So exceptional free throw percentage. Exceptional free throw percentage at 91.1. That's almost unheard of in today's NBA to find a player that can make 90% of their free throws. So that is the one thing Cam Spencer would bring to Golden State. And he knows how to exploit defenders who are closing in on foul trouble. He's got poise. So there's things there. But again, you want to say something about the free throw shooter? I feel like I ruined your rant. It wasn't intentional. It just, I forgot to bring up the 91% free throw shooting, which I wanted to bring up with him.
It was very intentional. You are incredibly sorry.
I'm sorry, but it was not intentional. It was not intentional. It was not intentional. It was a big thing I forgot to bring up when breaking down Cam Spencer. But his free throw shooting alone will get him drafted by somebody in the second round. Yep. But yeah, Cam Spencer, exceptional free throw shooter. I gave the Pistons Judah Mintz, the Syracuse point guard, as a backup. I mean, Detroit has Cade Cunningham. They also have Killian Hayes, who's an RFA, and Marcus Sasser, last year's first-round pick out of Houston, with both guys getting significant minutes when Cunningham was injured. So I'm not exactly sure where Judah Mintz fits in here to this Piston lineup. He may end up starting out in the G League. Even though he averaged 18.8 points a game, there's just not much room for him. If you bring back Hayes as a backup, Sasser still on his rookie deal, there's just not room for Judah Mintz. He would either the Pistons would move Hayes in a sign and trade to clear up cap space, or Mintz would be the number 3 point guard on the Pistons. There's just not room for him right now. If you keep Hayes, then he's going to the G League. But, he's got the ceiling to be a serviceable backup, but he has hardly any floor. That may end up limiting him to the G League, but we'll see. Boston Celtics got Ryan Dunn at 54. He does have a first-round grade on some boards. Doesn't average 10 points a game, but he can defend the 1, the 2, the 3, or the 4 at point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward. He's great at rebounding, shot blocking, and stealing. He's very raw offensively, though, even though he's NBA ready defensively. Could be a good bench player for the Celtics at 54. Number 55, the Lakers get Bronny James, LeBron's kid. He is coming off the board at 55. Underwhelming year at USC, but he showcased the short range, medium range, long range, and passing you want from a combo guard at the NBA Combine. So for anybody who says Bronny can't shoot, you are wrong. I will tell you that. Bronny will tell you that in the interview process if you're an NBA team. LeBron will tell you that if you come to speak with him about potentially drafting Bronny. LeBron will say he won't. He can. And what's crazy is YouTube videos that talk about Bronny James and people who talk about Bronny James on Twitter, they get more engagement than people who talk about Alexander Sarr, Zachary Rasacher, who are both projected high draft picks, even though they're both from France. That's the crazy thing. Bronny James generates more traction on social media than those guys. A lottery pick. I think we had him in the top 10 of my very first mock back in November because of what he could bring to the table.
I'm sorry that this is one of the things I will defend Bronny. I know Bronny's not perfect. Okay? He's a young kid. He has the same problems that I yell at young kids with that I yelled at him early.
If Bronny's there at 55, the Lakers are picking him. They might not pick him at 17, but they're going to pick him at 55 if he's there.
Yeah, I can relate to Bronny. I had to fucking hurt him. I went back to work and they break him. And they said, I wasn't right for him. Make sure that I would still be there without getting fired. My coworkers did. And I tell you, I know nothing. I can look at Bronny and say, dude, and it's just about to I think you should go back and give yourself because you got it. You're going to go out. You're not going to the top pick that you want to deliver. Like, you got to look at it that way.
Yeah.
And you're going to take a chance. I completely agree with you taking a chance on yourself when you're that good. But you're going to, it's a hard decision. You're going to have to look at and realize you're going to have challenges. It ain't easy. I went from one of the best in the region of what I did to a middle of the road guy. It ain't gonna be easy. Bronny, still got your shot.
Yeah.
Still young. Still you got time ahead of you. And it's gonna be harder.
Yep. Reese Beekman, I have him going the Virginia point guard. I have him going to Denver as a backup to Jamal Murray. Reese Beekman, really good fit here. His floor is a backup point guard. He struggled from 2 at times, looked overwhelmed despite averaging 10 points a game. He was supposed to weigh 6'5", ends up 6'1" without shoes. There was no flow or energy and synergy in Virginia's offense, but he had 14.3 points a game. I think Denver gambles on Beekman here at 56. 57, Ariel Huckporty, Melbourne United, 7 foot, 245-pound center. Memphis needs a starting center. They gamble on an international guy at 57 and hope it works out. And the Mavericks ended up getting what is going on here? So apparently Divaline Center ended up interfering with the write-up. But yeah, looking here, Jalen Bridges, you're going to have Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, Daniel Gafford at power forward, Lively at center. You can draft a small forward to compete with Tim Hardaway Jr. and PJ Washington. And until you find that small forward to round out your starting five, you're not going to be able to win an NBA Finals, even if the rest of the starters do as well as they did this past season. Jalen Bridges, 12.2 points a game. He has the shooting you want, but he doesn't bring anything else to the table outside of shooting. Jalen Bridges may have the best chance to win a small forward job among the rookies left in the draft. So Jalen Bridges is the final pick in this draft. The two teams, I believe, the Oklahoma City, two teams, the Nuggets and 76ers, lost their second round picks for tampering. So, yeah, there's only 58 picks this year. It's like the third year in a row where we've seen two teams lose a second round pick for tampering. It is what it is, Joey, but that is the NBA mock draft, all of the picks in their entirety from 1 to 58. And, okay, what the heck is going on here? Why is this not in the center here? Let me figure something out here, because okay, this is why I did not put Divaline Center in the code for the navigation bar. That's why, and it accidentally went to the Mavericks write-up. So that's why everything is kind of fucked up. But yeah, fixed everything for proofreading, and yeah, there we go. There is the mock draft. I have the first 15 picks of the draft results page set up in code. I have not set up 16 through 30 yet. I'll do that later today. Once I do that, I'll set up the podcast and the live stream for Wednesday. I do not have a live stream thumbnail for Thursday yet. I'm thinking Bronny James for day 2 of the, I don't know, maybe someone else. It just depends on who falls to day 2. That's the thing. I'm going to wait and see who falls to day 2 before I grab a thumbnail for day 2. But yeah, that is...
I will just say that the one guy I'm really hopeful that anybody else in the draft is Barney, because I know the struggle is going through because I went through the same struggle, and I was 20 years older than him when I went through them. So I am rooting for Ronnie more than anybody else. I know that that's how he is, and I know what type of struggle it's going to be when he gets back to that level. I'm rooting for him more than anybody else in this tournament.
Agreed. And it's going to be an interesting day today. It's going to be, I think the College World. There's 2 sporting events on tonight. The AHL Calder, the Calder Cup and the AHL between Coachella Valley and Hershey's on today. Oh, and the College World Series between Texas A&M and Tennessee, the championship match of the College World Series. Braden Montgomery, a top 5 pick in this year's MLB draft. If he can beat Tennessee, a team with 5 20 home run hitters, maybe he could play his way into that number 1 slot in the Guardians. I think it's a long shot, though, but maybe the Texas A&M right fielder can play his way into the number 1 pick. But yeah, it's Texas A&M versus Tennessee. That starts tonight. The championship of the College World Series, that starts tonight. That'll be on tonight. No Stanley Cup until Monday. But I am going to get the code set up. I want to thank our audience for tuning in. We will be back on Wednesday. I will be back for sure. Joey's considering it. He hasn't decided yet, but it sounds like he's leaning towards helping me with the NBA draft show, or at least watching. Yep. Like, subscribe. Yeah, and Thursday at 4 p.m. is when round 2 is. So it's possible, if you want to follow some of what's happening on round 2, it's possible that you could call in before your bus arrives and listen to a few picks, but I think you'd rather just watch the first round. I mean, the second round's not going to be as appealing, but it's still going to be fun, and I will still be keeping track of every pick. But yeah.
The second round is very low because there's not enough talent in the NBA for 2 rounds at this point.
Yeah, but they're increasing the time limit from 2 minutes to 4 minutes for the second round. Joel Dumars, the president of Joe Dumars, the executive of president of NBA operations, Joe Dumars believes expanding the time limit from 2 minutes to 4 minutes will give teams a better idea of who to scout in the second round.
Such a nice guy, such a great guy. The NBA does not have enough talent. They have completely, because they have let the Players Association do whatever they want for so long, completely destroyed talent. Got great athletes. Athletically, the NBA is the best it's ever been. As far as basketball players go, they might have 13 to 20 NBA type players every year. And then the draft. So the expansion of the draft isn't a thing. Nothing in it.
Yeah. But what's crazy is they're going to have the debate. You know what they should have done? Because the first presidential debate's going to be on the same day as the NBA draft. They should have had the presidential debate at the NBA draft. Think about it. And then you could have Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum as the moderator. I'm kidding, obviously, but just think of... Yeah. Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be great for ratings. You could have the NBA deputy commissioner as the moderator for the debate, and the debate would be like right after the draft. And you could put the debate on ESPN. It's not going to happen. The draft's going to be from 4 to 7 p.m., and then they're going to go straight to the NHL awards show. But just think of the marketing potential. The next time you're in this type of situation where it's an election year and you have the NBA draft on the same day as the first debate.
Yeah, I agree there's a lot of marketing potential there, but seriously, this presidential cycle could be very quick and will most likely be very quick unless the Republicans make a huge U-turn. So the NBA, in that regard, probably best to avoid this. If they're going to do something like that, do it next cycle.
Yeah, do it next cycle. Avoid it this cycle. Try to win back some of your fan base, because after a lot of the peaceful protests, the NBA lost a chunk of their audience, and they don't want to show too much bias toward either candidate, because if they do, they'll just lose an even bigger chunk of their audience. Yeah, but we had 134 listeners. We're at 138 now. You guys are amazing. We fucking love it. We do. We love you guys. We love our audience for continuing to tune in. We're at 138 now, and we're at the 5 hour, 56 minute mark of the show. We started at 10 a.m. It's 4 p.m. we are going to sign off at the 6-hour mark. As fun as this has been, we are going to sign off at the 6-hour mark. Anything you want to add before the NBA draft on Wednesday, Joey? Because I've got a lot to do. You've got some fun stuff to do. We'll have a live draft show Wednesday and Thursday, and we'll have a recap show on the first Saturday in July, because the MLB draft's July 14th, a Sunday. So July 13th will be the MLB draft show day. July 6th will be the NBA draft recap show. We usually have the NBA draft recap show the Saturday after the draft, but the second round of the NHL draft is next Saturday, so we can't do it next Saturday because of a conflicting schedule. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Cougs, who's a Houston Rockets fan, described the 2025 MLB draft as nasty. Might be deeper than 2024. Am I going to answer that now? No. I might answer that in 3 weeks when we do the MLB draft special, but I'm not going to answer that right now. But yeah, I thank everybody for listening. That's Joseph Potter. I'm Chris Ransom. We will be back on the day of the NBA draft on Wednesday. We'll see you guys Wednesday for round 1, pick 1, 8 p.m. Eastern. Enjoy.